Good evening, everyone. I'll call this City Council meeting to order, and at this time, if we can call on our national anthem.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Niagara region is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Haudenosaunee, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe peoples, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The City of Port Colborne stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. Just to note, councillors, Councillor Beauregard, Bagu, and Kalila will not be attending tonight, and Councillor Danch is online. Proclamations. If I could have Councillors Wells and Bodner move Rail Safety Week, September 19th to 25th, 2022. Questions? All in favor? That's carried. Adoption of the agenda. If I could have Councillors Bruno and Bodner move the agenda. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Staff have indicated on report 8.9, page 371 of your agenda package, there is just a little error in the second chart. It should read years 1 through 5.
Great, thank you, Madam Clerk. Any questions on adopting the agenda? All in favor, please raise your hand. That's carried. Disclosures of interest. I have one this evening. Councillor Bodner has declared a conflict of interest on item 8.7. Any further conflicts? Seeing none, thank you. Just making a note, people, sorry. Okay. Approval of the minutes. Item 7.1, regular meeting of council June 14th. If I could have Councillors Desmarais and Danch move the minutes. Any questions? All in favor? Raise your hand. That's carried. The following reports will be pulled for separate discussion. 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, 8.6, 8.7, 8.9 and 8.10. Any further items? Seeing none, so we'll move all those items under staff reports and correspondence. If I could have Councillors Bruno and Danch move that. Any question? Or no questions, all in favor? That's carried. There are no presentations, there are no delegations. On to the Mayor's report. Last week I had the privilege of attending the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities Initiative annual general meeting held in St. Catharines under the direction of their chair, Mayor Walter Sendzik. This organization brings together 128 cities on both sides of the border to discuss mutually important issues to advance the protection and restoration of the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River. Members of the city's initiative work together with other levels of government and stakeholders to improve infrastructure, programs and services to increase investments that protect and restore our globally significant freshwater resource. By working together, we can preserve and enhance the quality of life and economic well-being of the people of the Niagara region. I was asked to lead a plenary session about cruising on the Great Lakes, which was attended by over 60 attendees. We had great discussions, and it was always interesting to hear what is happening around the Great Lakes with regards to cruising. On Saturday, I attended the grand opening of Complete Hockey Factory with owner Todd Griffith. His indoor hockey center is located on Clarence Street next to 7-Eleven. Todd has been working with hockey players, helping them achieve their full potential on and off the ice since 2017. And his new center provides indoor opportunities for individuals to come out and work on their skills year-round. And we welcome Todd and Complete Hockey Factory to Port Colborne, another good business opening up specifically for the youth of Port Colborne, which I think is great. We talked about him working with Port Colborne Minor Hockey, so he'll be reaching out to them, which is good news. I was also at the Marina on Saturday and saw 50 teams participate in the Budweiser Can-Am Challenge, returning to Port Colborne after a 2-year hiatus. It's great to see fishermen from Canada and the U.S. fishing the waters of Lake Erie for walleye. On Sunday, along with museum curator Michelle Mason, we attended the Saint Jean Baptiste celebrations with our Francophone community from across Niagara at Club Richelieu in Welland. Michelle is bilingual, and as such, it affords our museum the opportunity to connect and improve resources and access to the heritage of our French community. This goal connects with the city's strategic community pillar to support the citywide investment in recreational and cultural spaces, as well as the museum's vision to serve our community and preserve the history and marine heritage of Port Colborne and Humberstone. Attending these celebrations was just the start. The Museum Board of Management and staff are looking to launch an oral history project of our French-speaking seniors, a film fest of these oral history interviews, and develop a pop-up exhibit that would travel to our bilingual and French-speaking schools, institutions, and service organizations in Port Colborne. More details on how you can participate in this project will be released shortly. Another reminder that Tim Welsh Consulting, the consulting firm hired to complete the City of Port Colborne's affordable housing strategy, will be joining city staff to host an open house on Tuesday, July the 5th from 7 to 9 at the L.R. Wilson Heritage Research Archives at 286 King Street, right in the cultural block between the museum and the library. The city's new affordable housing strategy is expected to provide council and staff with an analysis of economic and demographic details, as well as insight into the barriers or issues that have impacted and currently impact the affordable housing supply in Port Colborne. It will also forecast the rate of Port Colborne's housing needs and make recommendations to improve affordable housing for groups with the greatest needs. The consultants will lead the open house with a short presentation about housing needs in Port Colborne, followed by opportunities for attendees to browse poster boards, ask questions, and provide input on the vision, goals, and recommendations of the affordable housing strategy. The open house will be split into 2 identical sessions. One will start at 7 p.m. with the doors opening at 6:30 p.m. and the other at 8 p.m. Space is limited and the 7 p.m. time slot is almost full. Online registration is required at www.portcolborne.ca/affordable housing strategy. And this Sunday, we have the torch run coming to Port Colborne for the Canada Summer Games. And this will begin at H.H. Knoll Lakeview Park, and both Councillor Wells and I will be torch bearers. We're looking forward to it. We've been practicing. We each run a kilometer. I get to start from the park to Jefferson Avenue. Councillor Wells, your route is?
From Clarence down through Elgin Street to the police station.
Okay, Clarence to the police station. Super. And it's all supposed to be done in an hour. Who knows? We'll make sure the young kids run a lot faster than we do, which is fine. No, so come on out and cheer all the torch bearers on. I think it's going to be a great day for the city. The torch run started last Sunday in Niagara Falls, I believe it was. That's it for any questions on the mayor's report? No? Okay. Thank you. Councillor Butters is not attending this evening. She's away. Are there any regional questions for Councillor Butters that I can take? Seeing none, I'll move on. Staff remarks. Any in here? Seeing none. Any online is just Luke And that's it, so nothing there. Okay, councillors' items. I think I started with Councillor Wells last meeting. I'll start with Councillor Bodnar this evening.
Nothing. Staff are taking care of everything. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Danch, any items? No, I guess not. Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, just one. I was asked by a resident to pass along a thank you to our Director of Public Works and to Tommy Pizzo, one of our managers. The resident on Sheba Crescent had a problem with chlorine taste in his water. They're seniors. They were concerned. Not only did Tom send somebody out, he then came himself. Tested all the inside stuff, which is on the private side, got records for him, showed him what the chlorine content was. So he said, drank the water himself, and provided them with some information. And they just wanted to say that it was a very thorough process, right from calling customer service over to Public Works, and the response of our staff, and fast, courteous, and they just wanted me to pass that on.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Danch.
Thanks. Sorry for the mess up there. I did have one concern. It's in relation to the Niagara Regional Transit. Had a couple conversations at City Hall. The guys have been great. I've got a specific story to tell, and I'm not long-winded, you know that, but I have an individual, severely handicapped. He's been trying to ride this NRT. Long story short, the other day, this car ran out of gas just down the street from my store. Like, apparently the guy can't buy gas anywhere other than Petro Canada, and there's all kinds of stories. Nevertheless, the system seems to be making people wait for extremely long periods of time. Same individual, he says that he lives in Bellevue Beach. It'll take him 6 hours to come into Port Colborne and get home again. And I just want to really echo to you, Mayor, that you talk to these guys, because this thing is broken. The cars aren't in Port Colborne. They're 40 minutes away. We spent some pretty good tax dollars on this, and I'd like you to speak with those people and see if there's some improvements that could be made. Brian has all the addresses and stuff like that, and if you could do that, I would appreciate it, and I know this fellow would as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Danch. I spoke to that gentleman as well. He's actually a Waynfleet resident, so he should be speaking to the mayor and staff of Waynfleet, because they have their own contract with On Demand through the region. That's an agreement that they have. Ours is our contract. He did speak to regional staff on numerous occasions. I put them in touch with each other. So then he's come back again. So I understand there has been the odd glitch here or there. Mr. Bowles, do you want to comment? Mainly on Port Colborne, because unfortunately we're not in Waynfleet, so his issues are, quite frankly, a Waynfleet issue, unless he's having issues in town. But if you can speak to our situation.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor and council. I actually had another conversation, a good conversation with the Niagara Region today, and the Niagara Region acknowledges that there is room for improvement in the system that they've implemented here, and we'll be looking in the coming weeks to set up a meeting that includes our CAO and invite the mayor as well to have a one-on-one conversation to see if we can speed up some of those times where people call in and then they have to get picked up. We ourselves as staff have noticed it on a couple occasions, and the region's looking forward to working with us in the coming weeks.
Is it due to the fact that so many people across Niagara are using the service now, specifically where we're covering 100% of the community now, where we only had a small urban route with our bus previously? I mean, our numbers look pretty good with this thing. I mean, is it just, it's so successful that they're maybe a little overwhelmed from where they thought it would be? Is that an answer to this until we get it fixed?
Yeah, through the mayor to council, I don't know if I can actually say why the time is is taking so long. I know the proposal that we had did suggest that they could handle higher capacity than what we're experiencing. So I think that's something that's where the regions now come about, and thank you to Councillor Danch, who also had some conversations there, are looking forward to having a one-on-one conversation to see if they can get to the bottom of this situation.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Danch?
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I mean, I'd love to be a fly on the wall at that meeting if I could. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Councillor Demeray?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. First, I just wanted to say that I had the opportunity to attend the Port Care's AGM and ribbon cutting for their new pavilion and peaceful space in front of the Reach Out Center last Wednesday, and actually Councillor Wells attended, and it was very well attended by many members of staff. Very good to see the support put behind that. It was a great day, and it's a beautiful facility, so it's going to serve the public very well. But I wanted to make sure that I mentioned that. I also wanted to say that I had the opportunity yesterday, the privilege is what I should say, of attending a presentation on homelessness that we've heard from this gentleman before, but this was further to that. His name is Ian DeYoung, and he's a leading expert on homelessness and how to address it in a very practical, down-to-earth manner that just has common sense elements to it. So great to have. But there was a book provided for everyone who attended, but I've already bought this book. So if any councillor member is really interested in learning more about homelessness, it's up for grabs. So I'd be happy to give that. And I would say that the region did a very good job of pre-presentation. They did a display in the lobby where they provided a lot of regional information, the new region's affordable housing strategy, the 2021 data analysis, which really gives the numbers that are upsetting to say the least, but they're there. Talking about Niagara's updating housing and homelessness action plan. These are all regional efforts, which they're going to be effective in the long term, no doubt. But every community also has to take part in this without a doubt. And the Built for Zero Canada program, that is another really encouraging thing. We need lots more going on, but what's being done is really good. And those are great starts. And I just want to make sure that everybody did know that, again, this was well attended by people from Port Colborne. Certainly Port Care's had a lot of their staff out, and there were some realtors out too because they want to take part in looking at homelessness and do what they can do. So it's really, that was encouraging as well, because we do need to build partnerships in this area. There's no other way to deal with it. But and I was very thankful for being able to attend, and well, I'd be happy to do more in the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor, and thank you for attending that. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Your Worship. Only one thing, everything else is on the agenda, and that is just to let everybody know that the NS&T historical railway plaque has been finally unveiled due to the delay of COVID. It's been 2 years now, if not longer, that it's been sitting there. But it was unveiled on Monday, yesterday, and present was Mayor Steele, who gave a great just talk, and Councillor Councillor Cleliff was there as well. It was well attended by the association, all the green shirts that were there. And it's good to see that Port Colborne has a historical place in the railway and it's being recognized.
Great, thank you, Councillor, thank you for attending that event. It was a lot of fun. And they are very enthusiastic about our train station and that railway line that went through Port Colborne. So hopefully we can work with them again in the future with regards to other historical railway issues. Okay, that's it for councillors' items. Consideration of items requiring separate discussion. So let me pull that up here, Council. So we do have a presentation here, but the Affordable Housing Strategy, Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, and the recommendations that Chief Administrative Officer Report 2022-103 be received for information. To get this on the floor, can I have Councillors Demery and Bruno move that? And we have Mr. Walsh here this evening to give us our update.
Thanks very much. I always think red means stop, but that's just me. And maybe I'll see a red button if I'm talking too long, telling me to stop. Thanks very much to members of council and others in attendance. My name is Tim Welch from TWC. We're a consulting firm that works with on affordable housing policy and development issues. I believe we'll also be joined remotely by Ryan Taylor, who's done a lot of work on the project so far. With our agenda, should I ask for next? Is that process? Sorry, thank you. Next, in terms of agenda briefly, we'll highlight some of the points of the work we've been undertaking so far, everything from what the purpose, of course, of the study is, as well as looking at some of the key background reports. There's a much more detailed report of about 80 or so pages, so it has a lot of graphs and statistics on it. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the planning and zoning analysis that's been done. We'll touch on potential affordable housing targets that could be up for future consideration by council, and some of the initial ideas where we've had some really good feedback. I'll talk about some of the community input we've had so far, and as the mayor mentioned, we'll be having some more next week at the public forum. And then very briefly in terms of next steps. Next slide, please. So the affordable housing strategy that is underway supports certainly the city's 2020-2023 strategic plan to have a future where every person in Port Colborne has access to housing that's not only affordable, but also is suitable for them, is stable housing, and is safe housing. And when we talk about affordable housing, of course, is a very wide range. And I think in some of the interviews, affordability can mean 20 different things to 20 people. Someone who's homeless needs a place to stay. Someone who is looking to buy but is of moderate income is affordable. 5 years ago, they might have said $200,000. Now they might say anything under $500,000 is affordable in the ownership market. And of course, there's a great need for workforce housing for people who are working in the service sector, working in industries where the wages are more modest, have to have a place to live as well. So we're looking for the range of affordability. Our report talks about some of the different roles and undertakings and programs of other levels of government, and certainly it's important for all levels of government to be involved. This is not just something the City of Port Colborne will solve, but we do want to have in our report a focus on what are some of the pieces of the puzzle that the city can consider as part of an affordable housing strategy. Next slide, please. So with the timelines, again, we've done a background and demographic analysis. We've held a significant number of stakeholder interviews from private sector builders, developers, nonprofit organizations. We've done the sort of needs analysis report that's gone to an advisory committee that's been set up, and now we're providing our interim report to council. And then over the next few months, we'll be back with developing the details of the affordable housing strategy that we'll be bringing forth in a few months to council for your consideration. Next slide, please. In terms of the background, I'm going to see if technology is our friend and see if we can bring in Ryan to cover a number of slides virtually.
Great. Hi, everybody. Can you hear and see me?
Sure can.
Okay, that's great. Thanks, Tim. Yes, I'm Ryan. I'm also with TWC and did a lot of work on the housing background report here. So over the next few slides, I'll just take you through some of the high-level key findings that really impact housing in the city and that will inform our strategy moving forward. So next slide, please. So firstly, looking at demographics that impact housing, we see that there has been significant population increase in the city over the last census period to a current population of just over 20,000 people, which represents a growth of about 9% following almost a decade of declining population. The Niagara Region official plan projects the city will grow by approximately 3,000 more people to 2051. However, internal projections from the city estimate hitting 30,000 people before this date, based on the number of developments currently in the development pipeline. And of course, housing will be needed to accommodate all of this growth. Next slide, please. Approximately half the population of Port Colborne is over the age of 50, and so this wave of residents will require different types of housing as they continue to age. Next slide. Looking at renters versus owners, we see that just over a quarter of households are renter households in the city. In 2016, which is the most recent data we have until census data from 2021 is released throughout the remainder of the year, there were approximately 640 purpose-built rental units in the city to accommodate these 2,000 renter households. What this means is that many of these households are then renting units on the secondary rental market, and this is likely in single detached homes, not purpose-built rent. Next slide, please. So looking at housing itself, we see that there's been a significant increase in median ownership prices in the last 5 years, with all types of housing doubling or almost doubling in value between 2017 and 2021, which of course has significant implications for affordability in the city. Next slide. So looking at some preliminary affordability indicators, we see that renters are both more cost burdened and in poor housing need than owners in Port Colborne. Cost burdened here means spending more than 30% of your household income on housing, and almost 50% of renters find themselves in this position compared to just 17% of owners. Core housing need here means living in housing that is in need of either major repair, it's overcrowded, or it's unaffordable, and you are not able to find appropriate housing elsewhere in the community that is affordable. So 40% of renters find themselves in this situation compared to 8% of ownership households. Next slide, please. In terms of the housing stock itself, we found that almost 75% of housing in Port Colborne is single detached houses. This isn't really surprising given the history and context of the community and Southwestern Ontario in general. But it's important to note that single attached homes are typically the most expensive housing option to both buy or rent, as well as the most land intensive type of housing. As we also saw, many of these houses are likely occupied by renter households based on the number of purpose-built rental apartments available in the city. Following single detached housing, we find the next biggest share is low-rise apartment buildings, which would be that purpose-built rental stock. Next slide, please. And then finally, there's a larger, more detailed table in the reports that's got lots of red and green in it, looking and comparing ownership prices and rents at household incomes to determine what is affordable. So we found in our analysis that ownership prices are out of reach for approximately 80% of Port Colborne households based on the 30% definition of affordability, and that average rents are out of reach for low-income households in the city. So apartments that are currently advertised as available for rent are not affordable to any household that's earning less than $50,000. And with that, I'll pass it back over to Tim to continue the presentation.
Okay, thanks very much, Ryan. Just to touch very briefly on the sort of planning and zoning issues. Port Colborne does have a lot of opportunities, and again, there are a lot of development proposals already that have been submitted to the city, that there are opportunities for obviously greenfield development, for grayfield development, where it may be a commercial strip or a plaza that might want to intensify and have some residential housing on that, as well as some brownfield and infield land. There's certainly lots of small to medium-sized parcels that could represent really good infill opportunities. There's been a lot of work already done in terms of secondary plans and future work on official plans and also community improvement plans as well that could highlight areas for development, redevelopment, and future growth. So there is already in place a number of supportive housing policies from a planning perspective. We are going to be exploring are there opportunities to improve those even more, to present a little bit more in terms of opportunities. Next slide. So some of the constraints can be Again, there are certainly some brownfield sites that have contamination that do have significant cleanup costs related to it. There are also some regulatory barriers or existing zoning bylaws that prevent some physical forms of affordable housing in a number of areas of the city. And again, trying to encourage more affordable housing often means to have, what's helpful to that is having more as-of-right zoning for different physical types of housing to be developed in the city. That more flexibility means less process for a developer, whether they're private or nonprofit. Next slide, and next slide, please. So when looking at the word affordable, again, there are many definitions tied. Some are at the Provincial Planning Law Act, some are tied to different programs from the federal government or provincial government. But right now, on more of a planning perspective, the affordability, Port Colborne and the region of Niagara have similarly aligned definitions of ownership housing being affordable if it's either 10% below an average purchase price, or if someone is paying less than 30% of their income based on incomes of low and moderate income households. And for rental definitions of affordable, if it's at or below the average market rent, and this is an average that Canon Mortgage and Housing puts out once a year, as opposed to an average if you're out looking for an apartment right now in the current market. Or again, or if a household's paying at 30% or less of their income on rent. So if we go to the next slide, and I know the font might be a little small on this one, but what that means statistically is that for an affordable rent is defined under the current planning regime in Port Colborne and the region is $962 per month or less. And if you did the average price of 10%, you'd be at $454,000 or less as an affordable ownership price. And again, as I think all members of council are aware, that number is up dramatically from 5 years ago. So something to think about that, and something we'll be bringing forward to have some more discussion, both at our open house next week as well as when we report back to council, is do you want to, as a municipality, as a city, set some targets for the creation of affordable housing? For example, if you're focused just on targets for a percentage of new proposed development to be affordable, there could be separate targets for new affordable rental units and new affordable ownership units. And again, when other municipalities have looked at this, you want to have, or we've heard back from in other municipalities you work, you want to have, I won't say aggressive is not the right word, a target that's achievable. You want to say we want to maybe push the limits a little bit, but we also don't want to be unrealistic in terms of what can be achieved. So there's always a bit of a tricky balance of finding the right figures to set for potential targets on that. Next slide, and then one more slide after that. We probably could have blended in the header slides on the presentation. So again, some of the ideas that we've talked about already with the advisory committee or had input from some of the individuals and organizations that we've talked with for the stakeholder interviews is the idea of having the clear definitions of affordable thresholds and also targets that the city can try to set for itself in terms of affordable housing to be created. To look at re-examining the official plan. Can there be more flexible official plan policies or zoning bylaw policies that can support a greater housing diversity? Ryan touched on the aging population as someone who's above that line of 50 myself, and start to think about accessibility. Not everyone who is 55 or 60 or 65 has accessibility issues, but as you age and as the population gets older, there's certainly that important fact to be considering as well in terms of having that greater physical diversity of affordable housing stock. The importance a number of municipalities have brought in bylaws to deal with demolition and conversion of existing rental housing. As Ryan mentioned, there's not a huge amount, but there's still over 600 units of purpose-built rental housing. So I think a number of municipalities have given consideration to policies that have in place policies that regulate so you don't lose the existing affordable housing stock that you have right now. further promotion of secondary units, accessory units, whether it's duplexing a house or having an accessory building in the rear lot. So to trying to have policies as flexible as you can, and there's been certainly provincial direction, and my guess is there's going to be stronger provincial direction in the near future on this point. So to look at ways to make sure your bylaws support that flexibility, but also to have the promotion and outreach to show here's a successful example of a conversion, because often when people are saying, should I do this or not, will it work? And so it's important to have that promotion and outreach aspect of accessory units. The question of financial incentives, we're not going to be stating that financial incentives from the city itself is enough to make it work in terms of deeply affordable housing. There's a number of layers of funding that need to happen in terms of reaching down to quite modest income households, for example, like the housing that Port Cares is looking to develop in collaboration with the city. But it certainly can make a difference in terms of having some modest reductions in terms of affordability, but it also can have entice some developers who might not be thinking about affordability to say, well, maybe we can do a few affordable units if we have some reductions in fees. I don't think we're going to be looking at grants from the cities I'm not sure who's here from finance, but the CEO probably doesn't say we're flush with cash and we're going to give away all kinds of money. But there are still some different things that you can be doing to help the financial viability of new affordable housing. And again, I think the advocacy piece and the message about housing affordability is an issue for the community as a whole. It's important to be getting that message out. Again, to have a complete community, successful community, have people, again, I always use the example, the person who's pouring your coffee at the Tim Hortons, they need an affordable apartment likely. And so you've got to have that piece and many other pieces to make the economy operate successfully. Look for and promote certainly collaborations, and you've got a good collaboration between Port Cares, the city, and the region of Niagara. There could be other collaborations involving the private sector. And then in an idea as well is if you're bringing forward an affordable housing strategy, you may be setting targets, and then periodically you want to check back and say, how are we doing on that strategy? So those are all different pieces. I'll just touch on very quickly in case my red light gets brighter red with the time I'm taking. Go ahead 2 slides, please, if I may, on engagement and consultant. As I've mentioned, we've had a technical advisory committee that's got both city staff, planning staff, members from nonprofit groups, and a number of different private developers who've been developing market rent apartments and are interested in exploring affordable as well. We've had a significant number of interviews with a variety of organizations, over 20 of those, and we did a survey with a really good response of over almost 150 responses, so that's all helped inform some of the direction we've undertaken so far in the document. And there's 2 more slides, please. And just finally, in terms of, as the mayor mentioned, the open house we'll be having next Tuesday, and we certainly look forward to a lot of further input from the community and are happy to have anyone in this room attend. Would be great. So maybe I'll pause there, and we're happy to take any questions or comments from members of council. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Welsh, and also thank Mr. Taylor for your presentation this evening. Councillor Bruno, you have a question?
Actually, Your Worship, I had it answered during the week after I filed my lifting items. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Bodner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter. When you talk about this initiative, is it strictly in the urban area, or is there any thought to the rural area as far as opportunities there? And I'm thinking of the secondary units in particular.
Yeah, no, that's a good question in terms of for secondary units. It's been an issue. We did some work last year in Elgin County, not excluding the city of St. Thomas, so in the smaller communities and rural areas. And there has been sort of more work. Should the policies go a little further in terms of not necessarily allowing severances, because the issues of severance in the rural area is a whole different kettle of fish, so to speak, but certainly adding a second unit if there is capacity with making sure there's water and sewage capacity on site for that can be a really helpful way both for potentially family situations as well as farm labor situations. So I think there is a fair bit of potential there for accessory units, as long as it's done and that there's a servicing in place.
Counselor? Great. Other questions? Seeing none? Again, thank you.
Thank you
And
very
we
much.
look forward to the next one.
All right.
Great, appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Hey, councillors, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. That's carried. Item 8.2, CIP Comprehensive Review, Project Update, recommendation that Chief Administrative Officer Report 2022-102 be received. If I could have Councillors Bruno and Danch move that. We do have Luciano Piscioni, President of RCI Consulting, to provide a presentation. Did I say that right, Luciano?
Very good.
Thank you. Go ahead.
You may be the first one in the last 20 years to say it that well.
There you go.
Thank you.
There you go, I mean.
Wonderful. Mr. Mayor and Councilors, staff, thank you very much for having me here this evening. I have been working with the project review team, staff at the city for several months now to undertake this review of the existing community improvement plans and update them. And essentially what we're trying to do, in addition to streamlining them and sort of reducing the 6 plans you have now down into one comprehensive plan, is to make modifications to better take advantage of lands such as those that Mr. Welch talked about, infill opportunities, brownfields. So, you know, to more strategically target these incentives to better utilize these lands to achieve the city's planning and economic development goals. So the purpose of this presentation this evening is to update council on our progress, to receive feedback and answer any questions council might have, and to advise of the next steps in the process of reviewing the CIP. Next slide, please. So I'm going to briefly discuss the purpose of the review. We're going to look, again, briefly at existing program uptake with some historical data. We'll review the findings to date, and then spend some more time talking about the draft revised community improvement project area boundaries and the draft revisions to the incentive programs. I do want to stress that at this point, those are just early draft recommendations. They will be, of course, subject to comment and input from this council, additional review by myself and the project review team, and very importantly, a stakeholder and public consultation session that's coming up on July 14th. And then at the end of the process, there will also be a statutory public meeting, which will allow for further input. So we're about halfway through the process. So, you know, if you see something here today that sort of may look off, don't panic. There's lots of time and opportunity to make changes. And then I'll talk about the next steps in the process. Next slide, please. So simply put, a community improvement plan really is a plan that allows a municipality to provide grants and loans to promote private sector building and property renovations, improvements, and development. And that plan should be aligned with the municipality's goals, planning goals, economic development goals, policy goals, and so on. It's important to remember that a community improvement plan is an enabling policy document. So what that means is you can have a whole host of programs in there, incentive programs, but that does not mean that the municipality necessarily has to offer all of them or any of them. It's an enabling policy document, and those tools can be used, all of them or some of them. So again, important to remember that as we move forward. And the other important thing is that rather than just throwing money at the program or at the problem, what these programs are designed to do is leverage public sector dollars, leverage private sector investment with public sector dollars. And if done right, they can produce significant positive results over time. As I mentioned, the city currently has 6 community improvement plans that were adopted anywhere between 2008 and 2013. And you can see them listed here. The Brownfield Community Improvement Plan, Downtown Central Business District, East Waterfront, Gateway Community Improvement Plan, Industrial CIP, and the Main Street CIP, which is also sometimes referred to as the old Humberstone CIP. So you do have a lot of CIPs, but, next slide please, they are dated. They're all dated at this point. And in fact, since most of these CIPs were developed and adopted, the official plan's been updated, the economic development strategy has been updated, and many regional and provincial policies have been updated. So it's an opportune time to sort of go back and take a good look at those plans and say, you know, does the direction need to be changed? And if so, how do we modify these incentives, streamline them, so that those policy directions can be met? The 6 CIPs right now contain 11 different incentive program types. That can be confusing for applicants, and it can be and has been cumbersome for staff to administer. So we want to clean that up. A number of lessons have been learned as these existing programs have been implemented, and we want to carry those lessons into the new CIP. There have also been a number of evolving best practices in Ontario municipalities, especially around things like brownfields, affordable housing, and employment lands development. So we want to, and we did, do a scoped best practices review. We want to incorporate those best practices into this CIP review and update. And finally, and as most of you know, I'm sure, the region just recently revised their Smarter Niagara incentive programs. And some programs will be ending over the next couple of years. Some new programs, actually a number of new programs in affordable housing will be coming online over the next 2 years. So we want to make sure that this CIP review and update takes those new programs into consideration and ensures that the city's CIP programs dovetail with those new regional programs. Next slide. So, as I mentioned, the city did establish a project review team at the beginning with staff from Strategic Initiatives, Planning, Economic Development, and Finance. Gary Long is the project manager for the CIP review. I've had 3 meetings to date with the project review team to obtain input and feedback on draft deliverables, but I've also been in constant contact with Gary and other staff in the various departments as we've been reviewing and updating the CIP. So again, we looked at the current programs, the policy framework, the best practices. I toured all of the current community improvement project areas and looked at adjacent areas that were identified by staff for potential inclusion in the current community improvement project areas. We did that by automobile and also on foot, taking dozens of photos and notes with respect to building conditions, property conditions. And that's how we arrived at sort of the draft recommended expansions to the community improvement project areas and the incentive programs that we're providing to you today for feedback. Next slide. So let's take a quick look at the historical data. What has the program uptake looked like? So between 2010 and the end of 2021, there have been 158 approved applications across the 6 community improvement plans. So you can see the breakdown here of the total city funding and total regional funding. 522, 733 for the city, 330, 657 for the region, and matching with some of their programs, and total funding of just over 850,000. The leverage ratio, so for every dollar of city regional money that was invested in 2014 was 1.35, and it sort of started going up over time, which is not uncommon, and in 2016 it was 1.65. So for every dollar of public sector funding put in, the private sector constructed $1.65 worth or put in $1.65 in construction value. Now, for the types of programs, and you'll see the actual numbers in the next slide, mostly facade improvement and study grants, that's a good leverage ratio. You really get into the higher leverage ratios when you start looking at larger projects on brownfield sites, for example, taking advantage of things like tax increment grants and development charge grants. The other thing I really want to note on this slide is that, and this again is very common, you'll see that the uptake of the programs peaked around 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. That's not uncommon. There's a time lag between the time you launch these programs, or CIPs, and when developers and business owners and property owners sort of get up to speed and say, okay, there is money available here. And then that money very often doesn't get paid out until the end of the project, so there is that time lag. That's normal. It's around 5 to 6 years. But then you're seeing, because the CIPs and the programs have been around a long time, you see this fall off. And we see this in a lot of municipalities once a CIP is 7, 8, 9 years old and older. And that's just a general sort of, okay, lack of interest, we used it, what else is available? And also the programs can become stale, and they don't address emerging community improvement needs like affordable housing, like brownfields and so on and so forth. The other thing you have to remember with brownfields is the easy ones have all been done. Now it's getting more and more difficult to make a profit on these sites because it's the nastier ones, it's the dirtier ones. So again, we have to look at best practices. But really the goal of the update is to take us and get this ramped back up again for a number of years with this new comprehensive community improvement plan. And that way, we're trying to generate more impactful projects and projects, again, that will address the policy needs. Next slide, please. So this really breaks it down. And you can see that by area, the downtown CBD was by far the area where we saw the most number of applications, not necessarily unexpected. Main Street and East Waterfront were about the same. Brownfields is urban area wide, right? So we saw a number of Brownfields projects, but mostly environmental site assessment grants, and then the industrial and the gateway. So a few things I want to point out here. If you look at the facade improvement grant for downtown, 62, that's been very, very strong. And I'm sure you all know of a number of buildings that have taken advantage of that program. Not quite as strong in the Main Street area. The residential intensification grant, even though there were only 8 in the downtown CBD, that does show potential for more residential intensification. And maybe what we need is just a bit more money available under the programs and a bit more targeting of the programs. So again, I wouldn't read too much into this. The number of applications over that period is very good. The programs have been utilized, they've been effective. The other thing I should note, and if you see the last sort of 4 programs there, 8, 9, 10, and 11, they're only available in the Main Street area, and they haven't really been well utilized. So again, when we put the lens on these programs, we said, let's try and focus on the more strategic and bigger programs and maybe do away with some of these smaller programs because they're not even really necessarily being utilized. Next slide, please. So there's certainly a need to streamline and reduce the number of programs and focus on more substantive programs, just as I'd mentioned. We're going to go with one comprehensive community improvement plan. We were sort of discussing that at the beginning of the project, and we just felt that it's going to be more understandable for applicants. It's going to be easier for staff to administer instead of 6 separate CIPs, all with different rules. The policy review that we did suggests that there should be more emphasis on intensification, brownfields, affordable housing, and employment lands development. We looked at all of the community improvement project areas and areas around them. Some of them do merit expansion based on current building and property conditions, and again, the updated policy directives. And we'll talk a little bit about those. We're going to incorporate best practices. And one of the things we discussed with finance, right now you have a DC bylaw that has automatic exemptions for some types of development, like downtown, like brownfields. And then applicants can also take advantage of the tax increment grant program where they get a grant based on the increase in the assessed value of the property. To make these incentives on a go-forward basis sustainable in the long term, we had to make some decisions, and we're going to, with the exception of just the industrial expansion exemption, all of the other exemptions when you redo your bylaw are going to come out of the DC bylaw, and they're going to go into the community improvement plans. And applicants in almost all cases will have to make a choice. Do you want a development charge grant or do you want a tax increment grant? Because to continue to do both on a long term isn't financially sustainable. And we're seeing that trend in a lot of other municipalities also. It's called an offset. Okay. And again, we want to make sure the programs, the revised city programs dovetail with the regional programs. Next slide, please. So as I said, you have 6 CIPs, 3 of them, the downtown, the Main Street, and the East Waterfront. The community improvement project areas are defined by a map, a boundary on a map. The other 3, the brownfield, the industrial, and the gateway, are all defined by references to areas in the official plan. So it'll say within the urban area in the official plan, for example, for brownfields, or the gateway area, all employment lands. So when we looked at that, we said, okay, well, the industrial community improvement project area is inside the gateway community improvement project area. So we don't need both. We'll just use the gateway. All right. The other two general references for the brownfields and gateway alone can stay. Really what we need to look at is the geography of the three, the downtown, the Main Street, and the east waterfront. So again, we reviewed policy directions, we did a community improvement needs assessment, walking tours, photos, notes, and also reviewed the current land uses and the current official plan and zoning bylaw in those areas. Next slide, please. So here we have the revised, again, preliminary draft, revised community improvement project areas. The existing areas, okay, so here in the crosshatch, you have the east waterfront, the downtown CBD, and up at the top, the Main Street, community improvement project areas. So what we're recommending, if we start with, and we'll get into more detail, this is just the general overview, so you can see how big the current areas are and what we're talking about in terms of the expansion. Next slide, please. So we'll look at Main Street first. So this is the current area from Elm all the way just to the other side of the canal. So again, in consultation with the project review team, we looked at this area all the way out to the 140? All the way out to the 140 and all the way out this way. And what we found on the east side here was that basically you've got a highway commercial, basically a highway commercial strip. But the property conditions really deteriorate at Dolphin Street into the canal. All right, so what we did there was we essentially looked at the zoning, we looked at the land uses, and we felt that basically this area out to Dolphin Street, we can add it on. On the west side, although property conditions there are not as bad as here, there are some infill opportunities there, there's some commercial improvement opportunities, and it really is sort of a natural extension of the existing Main Street area out to Knoll Street. At Knoll Street, it transitions to residential. Okay, so our preliminary recommendation, again, we're going to put this out to the public and say, this is what we're recommending in terms of the expansion of the Main Street Community Improvement Project area. Next slide. On the downtown, we looked at a number of pockets in here. We looked at it all the way down to the canal, and that area is probably premature with all of the planning that's going on right now with the district plan. That can come later. But right now, what we saw was that area to the north of the existing community improvement project area, which ends at Elgin Street, all the way up to Killaley. You've got an area there with significantly underutilized lands. Most of the properties are zoned downtown commercial, and some of them are not in the greatest condition, but really the major issue there is twofold. One is the lands are really underutilized for that area, and two is there's a disconnect between that area and the existing downtown CBD. So we want to try and correct that by expanding that and providing some incentives in there for intensification. Next slide, please. And on the east waterfront, there's an area on the north side of Fraser Street where, again, it's basically property and building conditions. And so what we did there was looked at that area and we're recommending that only the lands fronting on Fraser Street should be included as an extension of the east waterfront CIP. Okay, and then you've got a pretty stable residential area in behind there. So that's where we're at right now. Happy to hear your thoughts, and of course we will be having the open house on July 14th. Next slide, please. So in terms of the revised incentive programs, as I said, we're going to take 11. We're going to condense them down, target them to 6 programs: an environmental site assessment grant, a facade improvement grant, residential intensification grant, affordable housing grant, tax increment grant, and a DC grant. Again, these are preliminary draft at this point. We've increased some of the maximum grant amounts for some of the programs because those amounts are now 10 years old, and everything costs more, from environmental studies to construction materials and construction itself. We've also introduced some enhanced measures to limit the financial exposure to the municipality and sort of prevent that double dipping, that situation that you sort of have now. Next slide, please. So let's take a quick look at the programs. The Environmental Site Assessment Grant Program, this is 50% of the study cost. The maximum grant, we're increasing it from $15,000 to $20,000, and the maximum for 2 studies from $25,000 to $30,000. Okay. The other thing is that this is really based on best practices in other municipalities, and we want to keep the City of Port Colborne competitive when it comes to that. On the facade improvement grant, we're, again, 50% of the costs, increasing the maximum grant from $10,000 to $20,000 to reflect the increased costs of, again, the materials to do facade improvement, and so on and so forth, and also to better address wider buildings. So the problem when you have that cap is that some of the wider buildings really can't use the grant properly because the money just runs out. So the residential intensification grant, we're increasing the maximum grant from $10 per square foot to $15, and we're increasing the number of eligible units from 4 to 5 to match the new regional program, which is similar to this one. Okay, so again, some dovetailing and consistency there. Next slide, please. We're introducing, again, this is preliminary, but we're introducing a dedicated standalone affordable housing grant of $15 per square foot to a maximum grant of $15,000 per unit, up to 5 units, and that can be combined with the residential intensification grant so that you can actually get $30 per square foot if you're providing affordable housing. Okay, we have to cap it at that 5 units because, again, it's financial sustainability and viability of the program. Right. But again, we may hear otherwise when we go out for consultation. So the tax increment grant, the Brownfield tax increment grant, we've simplified it, and right now it's a tri-level 60%, 80%, 100% based on incorporation of smart growth principles. And we felt brownfield redevelopment was so important that we've just put that at 100% for 10 years. And it's, again, as it is right now, urban area wide. On downtown Main Street and East Waterfront, the tax increment grant would be 80% for 10 years, but again, there will be a bump up to 100% if it's an affordable housing project. Okay. The Gateway tax increment grant, we're not recommending any change there. It seems to be pretty well understood and functioning pretty well. Next slide, please. So the development charge grant. Now, again, as I mentioned earlier, all the DC exemptions, right now you have one for brownfields, you have one for the downtown, you have one for industrial expansions over 5,000 square feet. That one can stay. It's very straightforward. It's you either qualify or you don't. But the other ones, the ones for brownfield, the one for downtown, we're proposing that those exemptions come out of the DC bylaw and go into the community improvement plans as grants. The reason being that it's more transparent, it's more easily understood, and you can also set performance targets for those grants, whereas you cannot do that in the DC bylaw. You either qualify or you don't. So that's the other reason we're doing that is, again, to more strategically target that incentive. So, for example, on the brownfields, you could get a 100% DC grant if it's a brownfields project, but that grant would be deducted from the tax increment grant. So let's say you had $1 million in remediation costs, okay, and you had $500,000 in development charges. Well, right now, as it stands, the $500,000 in development charges would be exempted, and you could still get $1 million back through your tax increment grant. What we're proposing is you can't get any more back than what you're eligible for. So you'd get $500,000, your development charges would be gone, but you would only get $500,000 more through the tax increment grant. And frankly, that's fair, and again, it improves the financial viability of the program. For downtown Main Street and East Waterfront, right now, the downtown has 100% exemption. There's no exemption for Main Street and East Waterfront. We're proposing that it be a 50% exemption downtown, but again, in this case, the applicant must choose between the DC grant and the tax increment grant, one or the other. The Gateway will stay the same, and we're actually proposing to introduce an affordable housing DC grant for privately constructed affordable housing of 100%. It would be urban area wide. It's a new program, but the applicant must choose, again, between the DC grant and the tax increment grant. Okay, and we will be in consultation with Tim and his staff about this and come up with something that they think is reasonable and supportable. But as a first shot at it, that's what we've come up with. Next slide, please. So in terms of next step and timing, I'm happy to answer any questions and to hear your feedback on what we've come up with so far. We'll have that session, a public stakeholder and consultation session on July 14th and incorporate their feedback. We will then finalize the draft community improvement project area expansions and the new programs over the summer. We'll prepare a draft CIP. Again, one comprehensive CIP that will also include a monitoring program and a marketing strategy. The project review team will probably meet a couple times this summer to finalize that draft CIP. And then in late summer, early fall, we'll circulate that to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing and prescribed agencies for comment, incorporate any comments that require changes, and then that statutory public meeting will be held in the fall. And then we'll finalize that CIP based on those comments and come back with a new CIP that council can consider. We're targeting that to be in front of council by the end of the year, and then implementation would start in 2023, including the launch of the new programs. I know I've gone over my time, but I wanted to make sure that council fully understood what we've done so far and where we're going with this, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Great, thanks, Luciano. Questions from council. I do have Councillor Bruno on. He brought this forward first, so I'll go to Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for the presentation. You're going to have to do a lot more convincing than you have for me tonight on a particular matter. Some of the reasons you mentioned for changing up the program, which I'm not, when I say this, I'm not saying don't change it, don't tweak it, don't do some of the internal things. But, you know, you talked about confusing for the applicant, time-consuming for staff. I mean, I'd like to put forward that these area ones that are the 11, would you not think that it allows both money from other levels of government, money from the region, programs that are out there that leave us as a municipality and the applicant more options? So I'm all for options because this isn't a one-size-fits-all. What may work is that, so you used an example of Main Street CIP and the downtown. Successful, but not as successful. 68 versus, I think, 28, or 65 versus 28, in that range. But when you drill down into that, it may be that, you know, the downtown CIP area is 3 times as big and has 3 times as many buildings. So 25 and 68 don't have any relevance if the catchment areas are different, the number of buildings are different, and you may want to give a greater incentive to one commercial area than the other because one's struggling more, one needs more help. The city wants to move that forward. So my overview is that we want leverage. You've explained leverage, and I'm all about that because if we can get, you know, 1.65 put in for our dollar, but I think the better way to do that is give applicants in various areas more options. And so that leads me to the question, your research up to now, who have you interfaced with here at the city to draw some of your draft conclusions?
Basically, the project review team includes staff from special projects, planning, economic development, and finance, the key staff. And we have, I've had several discussions with the staff administering the program. So to address your comment, I think what I'd like to say is I wasn't trying to imply that the Main Street CIP wasn't successful and the CBD right. CIP was. What we're seeing is that some of those small, and they're as low as $500 or $1,500 grants in the Main Street CIP, haven't really been taken up that much. And so the question becomes, do you want to leave those in or not? If when we go out to the public consultation, and based on your comments also, if we hear, hey, those programs are still important for the Main Street CIP, we can leave them there and have them apply just to that area, for example. So, but the message, I've gotten it loud and clear. So maybe we need more flexibility. And as I mentioned earlier, the CIP is an enabling document. It doesn't mean you have to offer all of those programs, but if in particular areas you think they're important, you can offer them just in those areas. So duly noted. Thank you.
I guess what I say is maybe 1,500 isn't the right number in the Main Street one, and it's not picked up on because it's that. If you offer more, you may encourage that. I don't know the answer to that, but until we test it or see whether more money in a certain area, because you were all about strategic, and when I see reducing based on time consuming for staff and confusing to the applicant, I don't know that that's strategic for the customer. I think it's more efficient for the staff. And whilst that's a great attribute to strive for, I'm really all about the customer and the needs, and every area to me is sort of like a fingerprint. It has different needs. And to that end, I'd like to be able to leverage our dollars where we want to maybe give that area an extra push. I mean, I look at the success in commercial in your chart, and really the lack of success in some of the brownfields. And maybe that it needs different tools, and I'm all for that. Yep. I'm all for the whole review, and I'm all for tweaking it. I don't know that just having less geographical areas, well, let me say it the other way. I don't know that you can't have great tweaking and incentives, but still have the same geographical layouts. Because, and I'm not an expert on this, but if all of a sudden a level of government, or it's the region, says, we're not doing this anymore as far as matching grants. Well, if we've perhaps consolidated geographical areas, we may have taken ourselves out of play for that type of money. Same thing with the province and the feds. Governments at upper levels like to give programs targeted, cut ribbons when they're still in power, all that kind of stuff. So, if that's what their program entails, I'd like to find a slot in Port Colborne that fits it. It may not be the highest slot on our priority list, but it allows the customer, the builder, the developer, the citizen to access it. I just think I think strategic is about understanding that the paperwork might be more complicated, but the opportunities are greater. So I'm glad that you're here tonight and that there's some more opportunity to look at tweaking it. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thank you very much for your presentation. It was really quite helpful. And I have to say, I'm really pleased to see this happening, because I remember in the 2014 strat planning session, it was actually discussed about taking all the CIPs and amalgamating them so that we have one overriding umbrella, and the various projects would fall underneath that. Unfortunately, it got put off to the wayside and it didn't happen, but I'm really pleased to see that it's taking shape now. I do have concerns about the residential components, and this comes again in past use, particularly in the facade program. Many times people did come to make application but found out there was no money left. It had been taken by other more affluent applicants. And that would be the people who, certainly it was mostly along the business areas, Clarence Street, that sort of thing. The various owners were taking advantage of the facade improvement. They did a wonderful job with it, but it left the well run dry for those residentials, people who would have liked to come forward and taken some as well. I've always thought that that money should be split out in some way, so that there would be money available for the residential component, because I got to tell you, over time, that has made a huge difference for the people who were successful in getting it. We've seen neighborhoods improve greatly as a result of it. So it's a good thing to have. We need to have more of it. I would like to see that extend to be an overriding part of the whole CIP, so that we have a residential component everywhere, in particular the facade improvement. But that somehow we can weight those applications so that it isn't taken up by all business interests. There has to be some separation here. They're vastly different sectors.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, to that end, we are going to be consulting, and it's part of the work plan with staff about not only budgeting, but trying to ensure that funds are available for specific types of improvements and areas. So that's going to be part of it as we get further into the project.
That would be wonderful. The other thing I'd like to see is that we set in play a timeline, a review timeline, so that we revisit this every 5 years or 10 years, whatever makes sense, and that becomes something that is just a matter of practice. We don't have to think about it. Just every 5 years it has to happen, because we need to stay on top of these things. We just let them go stale dated, and then we're right where we are right now, spending a lot of money getting something done that could have just been taken along in stride. So I'd like to see that part added. And that is everything, but thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor. Any further questions? Seeing none. Luciano, as far as the timeline that Councillor Demery was talking about, should we tie it in with our every 5 years for DC charges?
That's a best practice, or your OP review. Generally, you should be reviewing your CIP every 5 years and do a sort of annual reporting on the results, like what we've seen here. Some of that was done. I used some of the staff reports for the data, but annual reporting and then a major review every 5 years.
Okay, Councillor? Yeah. Hopefully staff were taking notes on that. Great. So we're just, it's been moved to be received. No further questions. All in favor, please raise your hand. That's carried. One more presentation. This is the Linear Asset Capital Asset Management Plan. Recommendation that Corporate Services Department Report 2022-147 be received, and that the Linear Asset Capital Asset Management Plan in Appendix B of Corporate Services Report 2022-147 be approved. So we do have Richard Pinder here this evening, as well as Mr. Bowles, Mr. Kalamutu, for the presentation. Mr. Pinder, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Steele. Through you, Mayor Steele, to council, staff, and participants. As mentioned, my name is Richard Pinder, and online with me tonight I have Marcine Severance. Before we start, on behalf of our GM Blue Plan team, I'd like to thank this opportunity, or take this opportunity to thank the Port Colborne staff who helped deliver it and contribute to this asset management plan that we're presenting to you tonight. That includes Chris Kalamutu, Brian Boyles, Alex Sales, Eliza Durant, Matt Pillon, Jessica Garrett, Darlene Sudard, Steve Skypowski, and of course there's a numerous staff. I didn't want to read the entire staff directory, so either way. Next slide, please. So our agenda tonight is to give you an introduction and the purpose of the asset management plan. And as mentioned with Mr. Kalamutu and Mr. Boyles, we'll provide an overview of the Port Colborne asset management plan. Next slide, please. So why an asset management plan? This is a continuation from your last asset management plan and your update in your status report in 2020 that was done. And with this asset management plan, we've tried and we've incorporated repeatable methodologies to incorporate for the next ones as you move forward. It should be noted that this asset management plan, and any asset management plan actually, is meant to be a living document. It's meant to be discussed, referred to, and actually used. So that's what we would like to get across this evening as well. It helps you make informed decisions. It aligns with cities' strategic plans, and of course the asset management plan is actually a regulatory requirement that has a series of deadlines and a prescribed content for those asset management plans. As I mentioned earlier, staff played a huge role in delivering this asset management plan. They were part of the process from beginning to end. They were part of workshops. They were included in revising the asset management plan, editing, reviews, the council report. And it's been our experience, and especially my own, because I've come from municipal life for the past 15 years, when staff is engaged and involved with the asset management plan, it becomes a much more useful document that gets incorporated in projects, processes, and basically everyday activities. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the asset management plan is a regulation, OREG 588/17. It's a provincial regulation that came into effect in 2018. The city has met the 2019 obligation with an asset management policy, and tonight we bring forward the regulation to meet for July 1st, 2022, which includes all core assets, which includes water, wastewater, bridges, etc. As you can see from this slide too, there are two other regulation requirements in 2021. In 2024, July 1st, it's the non-core asset management plan that's required. And supplementally in 2025, there is another asset management plan that is required for the proposed level of service for all assets. Next slide, please. So how might an asset management plan be used? It helps us facilitate and discuss between efforts of expenditure versus your desired outcomes. So for example, there's a trade-off between level of service, cost, and risk. So for example, if you decrease the level of service, you can decrease the cost, but that's going to increase the risk, whether that be to asset failure or customer dissatisfaction. So we have to play with it. They cannot all increase and they cannot all decrease at the same time. We can use an asset management plan to help understand our infrastructure needs. We can relate that to actual budgets and costs and what we can deliver. And through this asset management plan, we've been able to look at the level of service statements that you wish to have. How do you then take those life cycle strategies and use that to deliver that life cycle strategy? And at last but not least, an asset management plan also has recommendations of how to improve and make things a little better, because asset management is really about continuous improvement. Next slide, please. One thing we really like to do is illustrate and link the asset management plan to council priorities. The city's strategic plan states that citywide investments in infrastructure and recreational cultural services. Through the asset management plan, we're able to derive the narrative from strategic plan or council priorities to the cost of capital works. Through this process, we understand the current level of service objectives or statements. We understand how we measure that level of service. We can identify the risks of failure and what happens if we do not do those life cycle strategies. And lastly, we can look at what does it cost to maintain that, because there is maintenance and operation costs that are required. Next slide. So while an asset management plan is a lot of things, it's also not some things. It is not a capital plan that you can sit and use every day, because your capital plan is constrained by your budget. It's not prescriptive. It's not going to tell you what to do today or tomorrow. But what it really, really does is opens up the dialogue between all the groups, whether it be finance, engineering, planning, development. We all know we can communicate a little bit better, understand why the right hand does and what the left hand does. So while we've understood the understanding of what an asset management plan is and why it's important, I want to turn it over to Mr. Kalamutu to discuss the results.
Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Richard. So I'll continue, and as Rich mentioned, this is what we're going to be presenting here for 2022, all of our linear assets as noted on the slide. What we'll be moving forward with is the second and third asset management steps in the future. Will be coming to council through our budget request to take a look at the non-core assets. So even though this is a very important step, it is not all of the city asset. We are specifically talking today about the linear assets. And then more to come on that non-core assets in the future. So, how much are we worth? Well, we can say we are $847 million worth of city. And as you can see, then again, just our linear assets. And as you can see on the screen here, how we're divided up and what we're actually going to be looking at. So again, a lot of our infrastructure is built in with our wastewater, water, roads, and stormwater. That's no surprise. And 2% with bridges and small culverts. That might be a surprise to some people with regard to the actual dollar amount of those bridges and culverts, but this is how, as the city of Port Colborne, we're broken down by almost $850 million worth of assets. Next slide, please. So taking a look at at the asset management plan, what we do is we break down all of those assets into each of these condition statements. And as you can see from the slide here, our water network, which we have been as we can see, the water network, as we've been moving forward, working on that is something that we are focusing on because a lot of it is in the very poor condition, and I'll turn it over in a minute to our treasurer to talk about how we actually tackle that, because that is part of it. But just understanding what assets we have, the evaluation of it, and how much it will cost to upgrade some of those to the very good, and even fair conditions. So that all is identified within the asset management plan. And as you can see, the different percentages and what we'll be focusing on, and what this asset management does, as Rich said, it gives us the narrative to then go to our infrastructure needs study, which is our next step, and then our 5-year capital plan, which is the step after that. So this is the basis and the understanding and the information throughout this asset management plan, which gives that narrative for the story that we'll be continuing to progress with the replacement of our assets and even the upgrades of our assets based on, as Richard mentioned, our level of service, our risk, etc. So, level of service, what does that actually mean? Well, it means two things. One, to the customer, and it communicates what that particular asset does. So we're not talking about level of service of people. We're talking about the level of service of assets and how that asset provides that level of service to the customer, and also the technical inputs and the terminology of that asset, and how we get through that level of service from a staff perspective. Next slide, please. And so as we break that down, what does that level of service mean? This one on the screen is particular to, say, our water system. What does that mean? Well, obviously we want to have no boiled water advisories. We want to have less and less breaks. We want to ensure that the health and safety of our assets and what our assets provide is top-notch to our residents and businesses. And with our asset management plan, it defines that. What does that actually mean for the residents, for the users of that asset, and what does that mean for staff? So then again, we put those particular narratives within these descriptions here. Lifecycle management, and before I actually get into this, what I actually want to touch base with is before the asset exists, what we do in Public Works now is ensure that we look at the entire life cycle even as we're designing. And I know that's not on the screen, but I want to ensure council and all the residents that are watching is that we take a look at life cycle straight from the design. So we ensure that we might be able to spend a little bit more money here within the design of an asset, but it will save money on the maintenance and the operations of an asset, or vice versa, if the case may be. And again, staff all come together. As Richard mentioned, it's a part of communication that this asset management plan allows us to do, to take a look at that life cycle and ensure that it is the best value throughout it. So what else gets put in other than the design? Well, processes and policies when it comes to those operations and maintenance. So it could be extending a particular life. We all know about resurfacing roads. We all know about crack sealing. Well, when do we actually do that? The asset management plan kind of tells us we should look at increasing the life of that particular asset or replacing it, and when. Maintenance, I think that kind of goes without it's self-explanatory. But again, what level of maintenance should we put towards this asset? At the end of the day, is it renewal or rehab? So again, is it maybe not quite the crack ceiling, but maybe we do a shave and pave? That's something a little bit more extra to extend the life of that particular asset. And at the end of the day, it's a replacement. But again, with the asset management life cycle, we also look on just a little bit further. The planned activities required for growth, so all of the information with regard to where things are going to grow, how they're going to grow, and the existing assets and what that means. So we may look at replacing an asset, but we actually may upsize that asset because of that expansion, because of that growth in that particular area. So that all needs to be included within our asset management plan. And at the end of the day, disposal costs. Again, as we say, put in a new building and we take down an old, obviously disposal costs for that old one as we take it down, or, which we'll get to in 2024 and 2025, if it's, for example, rolling stock. Well, what is the best time then to get rid of that particular rolling stock asset because we can get a good value for it and as we replace it. So those are the kind of things that the asset management plan encompasses. So here are some examples with regard to that life cycle management. And again, it takes you through what is a potential maintenance, what potential rehab do we do, again, to extend the life of the asset. Again, kind of replacement is replacement. And then again, some of the other policies and plans that we have in place to get a better understanding, whether that be our audits, our analysis, other options of inspecting, as an example, CCTV. So again, that goes with the asset. We can't forget how we understand the asset, how we measure it, what we look at. So with that, I will turn that over to Director Bowles to talk about the financial strategy, again, an overall arching strategy for the assets.
Brian? Sure. Thank you, Council. So a couple slides, and I have some notes, so if I'm looking at my notes, I do apologize. There's a lot of numbers here. First, it's important to understand how we look at the financial strategy for asset management plans. I know everybody's had a chance to read the presentation, the slide, and the report. It's a lengthy report, and you understand and you see that there is a difference between what we currently have in our budget and what we might need to pay for some of this. So one of the models that's often used to lead this conversation is looking at an unconstrained model and what a constrained model is, which is basically where we are in our budget process. So we're going to show a couple slides, and I thank you to our team that's put this together, and we can look at what these constrained and unconstrained looks like. So on this next slide here, you can see two graphs. The graph on top actually has no red in it, and the graph below has red in it. So the graph on the top is the unconstrained. That's if we spend those dollars in each year, we will have no assets at the very poor condition. If we maintain our budget currently as is, you'll see that the assets we have in the very poor condition will grow from the current rate all the way up to about 40% over the next 20 years, which means that over time we will have to invest more or change our asset structure going forward to prevent our assets from deteriorating. So I think it's a pretty self-explanatory slide. If we invest, we won't have the very poor condition that this slide projects. If we don't invest, we will. So the next slide takes a look at, and this is a very high level. This is like the 30,000 feet level, and it basically says if we were to be spending an average amount of money over the next 20 years, and we were to take the total value divided by the 20 years, we'd be spending somewhere around $16 million a year on asset replacements. And going into the 2023 budget, we will be talking to council about increasing our budget by a 2% factor, which will take us to $3.2 million. So that differential is quite significant. I'm going to talk to you, don't get too worried. We're going to talk about how that gets brought in a little bit. So the next slide's an interesting slide because the blue lines there basically say this is how much the asset management plan says we have to spend. The darker gray that you see above it, that's taking into account that we don't just have to spend to replace the asset, but as a city, we also have to hire architects and project managers, and we have to have a contingency plan to be able to put these in. So I know it's not what anybody wants to hear, but the actual investment is actually higher than the asset management plan. And then the light gray accounts for inflation, and it counts for all of the items that our citizens will come forward when they see us doing a big project and say, it would be great to improve this. Because what we often happen is, and with asset management plans, you never really replace like for like. There's always that extra, that's improvement that often happens at an intersection, on a road, on a sidewalk, etc. So to be very truthful, and there was a lot of conversation as staff as we were talking about this, we wanted to show council that when we add that will bring up the cost again. Our next slide really looks at the cumulative effect, and we tried to look at over the next 20 years. And we take that same information, and we say if we keep with our current budget, you can see the dark blue at the bottom, it stays very small. But we're going to have to invest at the asset management level, which is that light blue. And then when you get into the orange, that includes architects, engineers, contingency, project management. And then when you get into that gray, that's bringing in the concept of longer term inflation and the new that we might want to add as we go forward. And you can see that that grows quite substantially. And if we hit that over the next 20 years, we'd be spending almost $1 billion on asset replacement to bring all of our very poor assets up to good again. So the next slide starts to talk, and this is where I wrote a couple notes down just to help, because the next couple slides are talking about, well, how do we close this gap a little bit? And I can see councillors are saying, tell me the answer. So a couple things that I think are going to be a topic or discussion over the coming budget and coming years, because none of this will happen overnight. One of them is just to look at assets and really the efficiency ratio and the efficiency life cycle of an asset. So when you build an asset, what's the best time to bring it in? What's the best time to replace it or fix it? And what's the best time to take it out of commission? Because sometimes it's cheaper to take something out of commission sooner rather than later, depending on what maintenance. And this is where we go to another level in asset management after this, which really talks about how do we do full costing of all of our day-to-day activities on some of these assets to do this. Another item is just the adjusting the service levels. In this asset management report, staff have identified the service levels that exist today, and going forward by 2025, I believe it is, we will have to, and our goal as staff is to have it done by 2024, but we'll have to identify with council and have a workshop to talk about where do you want the service level of your assets tomorrow and on a go-forward basis. One option could be for certain service levels or certain assets, we reduce service levels. Others, maybe we find that we increase those. We may look at, and we will have to look at building new preventative maintenance strategies, whether that be strategies to extend the useful life of roads so we don't have to do repaving as often. Some of those may be the city itself looking at improvements to the way we do things, and we can repurpose those funds to the capital program. Growth is another area where smart growth, where we're growing in intensification around areas where we already have assets. That's an area that we can help add to the tax levy to pay for some of this, as well as grants. I'm looking at my notes here. Grants is one of the other ones going forward. This city, and we've had this conversation at recent budget discussions, has done a great job of finding and seeking out grants, and most recently on the wastewater side, our water department does a great job picking up a number of grants, almost, I believe it was $5 million of projects worth of grants. And one other item, just on the lower the spending side, maybe even to look at divestment. And it's hard to talk about divestment at this point in time in the stage. In linear assets, it's really hard to say, well, we don't need a road. But when we get to the non-core assets, the next round, And the non-core is really a poor name, I guess, for that group because they're very essential assets for the city. But those are areas that we will probably have to have those conversations about best use of assets. So anecdotally, that's some of the things that we'll have to look forward to or look to help reduce this funding gap going forward. Now this next slide shows if we were to allocate funding, how do you get to those figures? And we ran some models basically looking at this. And if we took our capital budget, which has been growing, and this council has been investing strongly in it in recent years, we would be looking at a scenario 1 and a scenario 2. And you can see scenario 1, if you grew it by 20% a year up till 2035 and then reduced it down to 5, you would get to basically the amount before inflation. And if you did it at 25%, you'd get to the projections with inflation. Now, one thing I really want to stress, and this is very important, that's the increase on the capital budget. That is not the increase on the tax levy. So for example, in 2023, when as staff is putting together the capital budget, we'll be looking to ask council to increase the capital factor from 1.75 to 2. If we do that, we would have a 20% increase in the budgets, which would be required under this asset management plan. So a 2% increase in our levy and wastewater rates move us in the direction that we need to be going. So again, just to be very clear, just because the budget might have to increase by 20%, that does not mean the levy or user fees or anything like that increases by 20%. It'd be a 2% factor, could get us there in 2023, and we'd have to continue to evaluate going forward. Our next slide really talks about, and I don't know if recommendations is our best title because I don't think we're looking for a recommendation approval component, but we will be looking forward to building on our asset management plan, looking at how we do data management as a key area. Our Director of Public Works and myself were at a working group with AMO and the local area municipalities today, talking about asset management and data management as two particular issues. So I think we'll have future discussions with respect to that. Improving data quality also improves these figures and also allows for better informed decisions going forward. I think our last slide here really is about next steps. And this one really talks about like what is next. And I think our Director of Public Works and our Richard are here presenting with us today, did a good job identifying that the asset management plan is a plan to look at the asset model holistically. It helps with how much funding we have to put aside for asset replacement. The infrastructure needs study, which we identify in this slide, is the study that's going to take us into that next level to help us prioritize which of those assets that hit the very poor section we do first. And that's what will be coming to you in the fall of this year to help inform the 2023 capital budget. So if council is sitting there wondering, so what project do I do first? It will come as we move forward with the infrastructure needs study, which is underway right now, and that will give us that information to be able to help prioritize with science on where to move forward. The step after that, so as we finish the 2023 capital budget, we'll be looking at a singular year, and as we move into 2024, we'll look to bring in a 5-year capital plan, which will be new for the city, but looking at it more than 1 year out. And then we'll also be, by 2024, having to finish up both the non-core, which I really don't like that name, because when you think about non-core as defined in the Act, that refers to all of your recreational spaces and facilities, which are so important for the city to operate. And we'll be talking about the proposed future level of service. So while this report, when you read it, and I know council identifies the current service levels, over the next 2 years, we'll be talking to council about what they expect to see for their future service levels with respect to these assets. Having said all that, GM Blue Plan has given us a great final slide to say thank you for this presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions, and thank you.
Great. Brian, Chris, and Mr. Pinder, thank you very much. Questions, Councillor Bruno?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm glad that last slide had the parachute on. Because certainly those numbers look daunting. I'm concerned about this is you've explained it very well here, Mr. Bowles, with respect to the 25-year plan, the 25-year gap. But then you've layered on the real life things, those extra fees that come with those projects, and in particular, inflation. So to that point, unless I missed it, when you did the projection out, including inflation, was that construction cost index? Was it the average of CPI, or was it today's inflation rate?
Brian?
Yeah, through the mayor to council, we use a construction price model, and we use 5% in our inflation model. So a lower inflation environment may be better for for this analysis.
Councilor? Oh, sorry, Chris?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor, and maybe Richard can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is also fairly unique when it comes to our asset management plans, understanding that there are these other costs, and with Director Bowles and Richard and myself working together, we actually came up with something that is maybe not quite unique, but this doesn't happen in all of the asset management plans, because again, a lot of asset management plans just talk about the cost of the asset and the cost just to replace the actual asset, and not all the other costs that are in between. And then when myself, for example, comes with budget to council, they see, well, this is actually a 20 or 25% or an extra percentage because from the asset management plan. Well, through this process, you actually should see a better alignment when staff do present that to council, because this is already built in. And again, just to mention that the partnership and as Richard mentioned, the communication between the consultant, treasurer, public works, engineering, all getting together, I think has created a plan that is probably better than most here. And so this inclusion is an example of that.
Councilor?
Depending on your answer, I think this will be my last question on this. I'm concerned the perception outside of this room and in the general public and what maybe the media reports, because my concern is that, all municipalities should be reporting their asset management plan or their infrastructure deficit, hopefully on the same level playing field. So, you can tell this story, right, at, a figure, the figure is below the architects and all that, but, a $371 million story or a $557 million story. And without all this background, that's very hard for the person on the street who reads this or listens to this to understand. And so maybe it's to the consultant or to either of you two. Does the province monitor this number? Which number, or if there is a number, do they get? If they're looking at this, are they expecting, the numbers there in blue, pink, or the cumulative? And I'm concerned that the perception could be that, we're here on the infrastructure deficit and everybody else is here, and we've added in figures that might not be what the province requires and what everybody else reports. So to any one of you that want to take that.
Brian?
Through the mayor to council, when we fill out our documents for grant reporting that, we will use the light blue construct at the 371 over the next 20 years for that reporting. But we felt that it was appropriate to talk to council today about the differential, because what is going to happen as these reports and this work gets more granular and granular is you'll see the project is in the asset management plan at X, maybe $100, and then when it comes back at the 125, we wanted to make sure that council was well aware that there are this other element that has to get added on, and that's why that was included here. But when we report to the province, we'll report consistent with everybody else at the 371, which is a considerably smaller gap.
Thank you. Great, thank you, council. Further questions? Seeing none, so the recommendation that Corporate Services Department Report 2022-147 be received. The Linear Asset Capital Asset Management Plan and Appendix B of Corporate Services Report 2022-147 be approved. Moved by members Councilors Bruno and Bodnar. All in favor, please raise your hand. That's carried. 8.4, 44th Annual Canal Days Festival request for road closures, parking restrictions, and patio extensions. Recommendation that Corporate Services Department Report 2022-139 be received, that the recommendation of Corporate Services Report 2022-139 be approved, and Council approve the road closures and parking restrictions encompassed in this report. Canal Days be deemed as a municipally significant event for the purpose of applying for a special occasion permit for the Alcohol Gaming Commission of Ontario, the AGCO. The Council has no objections to the proposed temporary extension of the liquor license areas from the Lockwood Oven Pizza, the Port Colborne Legion, and the Canadian Core Association. The staff be directed to confirm that all businesses that have patio extensions on municipal property file a certificate of insurance with no less than $5 million general and liquor liability, naming the corporation of the City of Port Colborne as additional insured, and listing the St. Lawrence Seaway Management Corporation, Her Majesty the Queen and Right of Canada, Transport Canada as an additional insured in accordance with the city's festivals and events insurance requirement. The Council exempt the participants of the Canal Days Marine Heritage Festival from the noise bylaw number 4588/119/04 and not be required to apply for the variance in accordance with sections 4.3 and section 2.2. If I could have Councillors Bruno and Wells move that. Any questions? It was brought up by a councillor that's not here, so. Any questions?
Councillor,
go ahead, Mr. Dio.
Luke spoke to Councillor Baggy. I don't know if you want to ask him to describe the conversation.
Oh, okay. Mr. O, was Councillor Baggy's question answered appropriately?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I can provide an update on that. Councillor Baggy and I today, he just let me know he had some questions about full launch the purposes of listing the next concert series, and I just let him know that I would give an update today regarding our communication plans surrounding that closure. So, I spoke with staff of Korean coordinating this throughout the last few months. So, the marina staff are planning to last few days to pass holders and to their full grant pass. Well, they are going to post this. Post our website. They're also calling.
Yeah, Luke, you're breaking up. Maybe try turning your video off and kind of giving us a little bit clearer overview. Sorry, but
Is that more clear?
Yeah, a little bit clearer. Yeah, try that.
Okay. So they were also going to include based on this in their upcoming Doc Talk video, and they will be installing signage at the full launch. So that ensures the word of the 4 p.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and nowadays is so that is the update based on how
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bowles, to add?
Thank you, Mayor. Through yourself to council. I know that was hard to hear, but I think in a nutshell, the concern was, will we be letting people that use the boat ramp know that there will be restricted times during that period of time? And we do have a protocol to do that, as well as it's built into the boat ramp annual memberships that we do identify to people that we do close it during that period of time. So staff are on that, and we'll be communicating that.
Perfect, thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. That's carried. Next is a city 8.6 city signage strategy recommendation that Chief Administrative Officer Report 2022-141 be received. that the signage strategy for year one, including park and welcome signage, be approved, and that marketing and communication staff provide an annual update to council on the signage strategy. If I could have Councillors Bruno and Desmarais move that. Councillor Bruno. Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. I know there's been a lot of work done on this over the time, so I wanted to thank Michelle for it. I really am impressed with what it's done. I mean, obviously, when it rolls out, I'm glad that we've co-joined all the parks at one time, so we get rid of the 4 or 5 deviations and get those all complete, at least first in terms of park signage. I just, through you to Michelle, I'm just wondering, in part of the presentation, the slide deck, you show the tagline, the new city tagline, small town experience in a big way, as one of the examples. And I'm wondering if, I mean, I'd like to see that used as much as possible. It may not be appropriate for parks, but I'm just wondering if you could explain where you might use that tagline, whether it's wayfinding or significant areas in Port Colborne that we'd want tourists or others to visit. So that's really my key question on the tagline.
Michelle?
For sure, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruno. So we've decided not to use the tagline as you've identified on the park signage because that is our mission statement that could expire in the next 5, 6 to 10 years, and the investment that we're making in our park signage we hope extends beyond that time frame. Right. So we are looking at wayfinding sign opportunities, and what you can do with those is when you have the post, you can have the sign at the top, which would be the city's logo, with that a small town experience in a big way, separate from the remainder of the wayfinding information. So if we change that tagline, we'd only be financially committed to changing the top portion of the sign, and the bottom would remain the same, which is the directional information. So it would be a less financial impact to the corporation.
Great. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you, staff. So noting Councillor Bodner's conflict on 8-7, Sugar Shores Golf Cart access. Recommendation that Chief Administrative Officer Report 2022-144 be received. If I could have Councillors Wells and Danch move that. I'm going to go to Councillor Wells first.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to CEO, Mr. Louis. In the motion that on a previous council meeting, I had asked to search back and ask former members of council and staff that were involved with that agreement with regards to identifying the intent on that agreement. Did we find an intent that was common during the formation of that agreement?
CAO?
Sure. Through your worship to Councillor Wells, I did try to undertake that task as best as I could. Of course, there are a few council members returning from last term of council. The former mayor had a conversation with our administrative assistant, Nancy. Unfortunately, as you know, Cecil Vincent, who worked quite a bit on the contract, or the agreement I guess it's called, passed away on June 2nd, I think it was, 6th, I can't remember the exact date. And I didn't have a chance to talk to him about this specifically. I was here at the time. I didn't sit in on the actual meetings, but the lawyer who gave council the legal opinion that was received in closed session is the same lawyer who worked with Cecil on the agreement from 2018. That's David Willer from Sullivan Manny. I pulled some reports. I read open session and closed session reports from 2018, as well as 2016, as well as like the number of times that that the roads specifically, not necessarily the issue of access, but the roads specifically, Empire and Michael were before council. And there was no, I couldn't really receive or glean any intent. The word access was mentioned numerous times. It was never qualified by any certain kind of access, including pedestrian access. The word pedestrian was not in there. The word access was in there many times. Vehicular access was not mentioned. It was never clarified by some modifying adjective or noun, if like a type of access. So I think the short answer, that was the long answer, the short answer is no. There was no intent.
Councillor.
Well, if there was no clear intent and it was a general intent, then it would be open access. In my understanding, it would be open access to whatever means that the residents of that area would have to that area, and whatever means of access or movement through the resort, which was normal, would be allowed as access. So again, I'm just going on what precedents would have been there, what uses would have happened prior to that when we were there. And I know that when I was growing up, you drove in there and you drove your car to the beach. You didn't stop at the gate. You stopped at the gate, but once you paid your money or got your clearance, you got your access, you were able to drive directly down to the beach. To see it changed now, I appreciate and understand our solicitor's opinion on it, but I do believe that in the spirit of that agreement, that the intent that possibly most of the residents that were looking at it was that things would not change. Things would be the same status quo, where we had the normal access that we have always had and always enjoyed when we got to that gate. And I do agree that, it is in the agreement, pedestrian traffic only, but that's a limiting factor. But I don't know whether that was the intent that the residents had expected when we were going through. So I can see where there's some frustrations, some anxiety with regards to that, and I'm not sure whether we can do anything or not since that agreement's in place. But again, I think it needs to be recognized that the residents of that area would be expecting access as they normally had in the past going forward, and that they would be upset with what's happening at this point in time right now.
Yeah.
Through your worship to Councillor Wells, I don't know if there's a question there. I don't disagree with what you're saying in terms of the interpretation of, you started out by saying that that in the absence of some word, and you talked about, in my own words, the spirit of the agreement and the letter of the agreement, sort of like the spirit of the law and the letter of the law, that would be up to a lawyer to interpret, or up to someone to challenge if someone was to sue Shirkston, or if the city was to take Shirkston to court to enforce the agreement because our opinion was something. And if council directs me to undertake that action, then absolutely I would do that. I'm not sure if there's other options before council, or if there's a negotiated, the opportunity for some kind of a negotiated agreement. I don't know if this is the forum. I don't know if we can make a decision that binds Shirkston today. So we could throw ourselves on their mercy, we could make a legal challenge, or we could make a negotiated challenge, I think, are the three options. Or the status quo, which is we agree with the lawyer's opinion, which I don't think is an option that is very satisfactory to staff, council, or the residents. But having said that, that's where we sit. In advance of a motion telling us, staff, whichever staff person is, to do something, that is where we sit, because I take my direction from the 9 councillors.
Councillor?
Thank you, Scott. So I think we need, in respect to the residents, I think we need to take this to the step where, I guess, to challenge the agreement, to challenge our solicitors to look and find a means to bring Shirks and Shores to the table almost in a public forum, so the public can see that we are doing what we can in order to challenge the access that Shirks and Shores is putting forward to us. So I don't know if I guess that should be a motion or a direction that would come from council to staff, and then staff take it to our solicitors from that forward. So I would like to maybe make that motion to do that, or a direction to do that, if possible.
You can. I think you need to clarify access, Councillor. Shirks and Shores has it agreed that you can drive in, park in their parking lot, walk to the beach. That was a question that was asked in the public forum recently. The other question about disability, if you came to Shirks and Shores, you drove in, you had a disability or a passenger in your vehicle, arrangements can be made through their security team there, because they have purchased 4 vehicles to help their own residents with disabilities to move around the park. They will take you down to the beach and bring you back. But I think you need to clarify access, because some of our thinking on what access is and somewhat the neighbors are thinking we may not be able to legally do. And I'm talking about golf carts. We can't legally say golf carts can go on a road because under the Traffic Act, they're illegal. We have no authority to change that. So I think we need to clarify what we want as far as access.
I appreciate that, and I understand that. I agree that unlicensed vehicles should not be appearing at that gate. We as the city cannot endorse unworthy vehicles on the roadway getting there. So, and this is not an issue of the vehicle itself or the quality of that vehicle, but what it is it's an issue of mobility access once you get there, that the residents were conditioned and exposed to prior to the enforcement of the agreement by Shirks and Shores. And that I would be seeking legal advice as how to define that access or that vehicle access or that. The other aspect of that, Your Worship, is that we do not have that in writing. We do not have Shirks and Shores' commitment in writing in regards to providing access for mobility issues. And the mobility issues can go a little bit further from that. For example, lugging a large cooler and a sun umbrella and everything else down to the beach on your back is not an easy chore in 30-degree weather, and walking a mile is it's just not reasonable. And that to me would be a limitation to access to that beach. Even though you physically give me access to the beach, I physically can't do it because I'm incapable of doing that. So my access has been limited. Even that pedestrian access has been limited. So I think that needs to be explored, and we need to come up with something that we can put in place. The other aspect on that is I have had communications or know of communications from people that have been denied that type of access by Shirks and Shores. And again, if we had that in writing, it would be more enforceable. It would be more in our favor of being able to say, hey, here it is. It's in writing. Okay, the communication, the security guard may not have gotten the memo, but we have the memo, and this is it, and we need to put this forward. So I think that's, we need to get that in writing if we can at the outset, and then we need to challenge our solicitors in order to come up with some means of challenging the definition of access, of pedestrian access, and what is reasonable in that respect, and bringing that forward to Shirks and pulling them to the negotiation table on that.
Councillor Demery?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I also share many of Councillor Wells' concerns here, but we're incredibly limited by the language in the agreement. So, you know, on the face of that, that says no one has anywhere to go. This is it. That's all there is to it. But I really feel that we really do need to reach out to shirts and get a clear definition of the word access. In this case, access fits this the same way affordability fits housing. It's very unclear. So, you know, get a definition of the word access, and then speak with them about getting something in writing. We need to have in writing exactly what they will do for people so that people know that this is the definition of access and this is how access will be gained. So they clearly know that. Mm-hmm. And then come back to the people with it. You're at a place then where you have something to work with. I mean, we have to be reasonable. Golf carts are just not a solution for anyone at any time. And if you've got to lug things, well, that's what wagons are for sometimes. If you're able-bodied, there's the issue. So, you know, there are certainly issues around that. So maybe we can go and get answers to all of these things and at least get to a place where we're all dealing with the facts and then go forward from there.
Okay. Councilor Bruno?
Yes, I certainly sympathize with the residents and what I've heard, and particularly what I've heard tonight about denial by staff. I mean, my concern is that that you start out back with trying to get access to define, and I don't think Councillor Wells was intending we go right to the courtroom, but I think that that's something that we can do. I fully agree, and I couldn't see how they, well, if they didn't want to sign to and put in words what they agreed to about pedestrians with I can't remember if it was handicap accessibility, and words mean something, and the definition of those words can be up for debate. I'm concerned about going to the next step after getting legal advice. I think it would be awkward to say, you got instructions from the council of the day, you gave us advice, this is 2018, they followed the advice, they put it in the agreement, both sides had lawyers, we've heard the legal opinion. I don't know that you go back to our legal firm who just gave a legal opinion that the agreement is what the agreement is, because I don't think they're going to contradict themselves. I think you would probably want to look at a different counsel, but that's down the road, I think, before we try that first step. And if there's alternatives to access, I mean, this may not work, but one of the things might be, you know, they do a tram and pick people up a couple times a day and at the other end take them out. I have no idea whether that's a flyer, but I think what you want is an open, frank discussion, because my real question after Councillor Wells spoke is, to Mr. Louie, is you talked about prior to this agreement, all the documents going back talked about access. But the agreement now says specifically pedestrian access. So I don't know what, if you, well, you weren't there, I guess, at that in 2018 at the table, but, and I don't know if council was briefed or not, and I'm not going to look in the rearview mirror as to whether that was right or wrong or what was explained to them, but I guess at the end of the day, I'd be more for at least a starting point to be at least pre-legal, and then come back with the findings of that. And then look at if there's anything else possible.
So, do you want to give direction to the CAO to go back to the manager to speak about what was discussed verbally, via phone call, and I think one site visit by the CAO with regards to what that access is, and if they can clarify, you drive in and you can park, and there is access for somebody that may have mobility issues, but tighten that up. Is that where we're going? I mean, or are you saying go straight to our lawyer and go straight to court? Because I'm not getting the gist here of what you're looking for.
Okay. I'll clarify it. First of all, and in all fairness to the residents, they don't see what's going on behind the scenes. And that's one of the things that impacts what they believe is happening. So we need to bring this to the surface of the public domain a little bit more. And in order to do that, I think what we need to do is to approach Shirks and Shores to get something non-verbal from them, something that's hardcore, that we can say, this is what you've committed to. So that's the first step I think that we need to do, is to get them to commit with that. I think on the back side of this, what we need to do is go back to our solicitors and not so much ask for a black and white definition of whether the agreement's right or wrong, or the agreement's upholdable by allowing only pedestrian traffic, but go back for options. We weren't given any options in the response that we got back. All we were told is the agreement says this, and this is what they're entitled to. Black and white. Now, to me, I think we need to go back a little further to when the intent, when people were talking about what access was, and everybody was thinking, oh, access, I take my 55 Chevy down there, I drop down the top, and I hang out with the babes, right? And that's what it was back in those days. So we need to back that up a little bit and look at what options we have to widen that term of accessibility to include mobile devices to get the residents down to the beach in the manner that they are used to. And that does not mean supporting golf carts or unlicensed vehicles going on the roadway or being down there. So first step, get something from, open it up to the public more, get something more solid from Shirks and Shores management. Go back to our solicitors to see what options we have to be able to open up that access terminology. And then from that, we can decide, do we want to push it hard and go to court, or can we just push hard on Shirks and Shores and get them to agree to it? So I think that would be my strategy.
Okay, Councillor Demery.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with most of what Councillor Wells has said. I don't have a problem with going to our lawyers. In the end, that would be what needs to happen. I just don't want to go there first and just make it an automatic thing that we go there, because there's always heavy dollars involved in going to the lawyers. I mean, if you don't have to spend it, why do that until the time that you do? I think really what we need to do is we need to be engaging with Shirks. We need to get that definition of access absolutely clear on paper, and we need to have them assure, by in writing, that this is exactly how they will handle each opportunity, each time a person tries to get access. Whether or not they're going to force them to walk, whether they're going to have a tram, whether they're going to allow something for people who are not able-bodied, whether they have wagons available for people to drag their coolers, whatever. But however it is that they want to handle it, let's see if we can't get some agreement in writing that suits the people who would be affected. Go back to the people and say, will this work for you? Or talk to them first and ask what will work for them. But maybe do that part. It's far less expensive than going and dealing with lawyers, because you don't want to get to the place where you're going to challenge things in a legal way if you can do it a different way. So it might be simpler to just do it. I mean, engage in that conversation. And if Shirks is reluctant, well, that says something about them, and then you know where you need to go. So, it's just one way to go. That's just my feeling on it.
Thank you. So before I go to a motion, because there has been discussion, and the Cardwells are here this evening with regards to it, they wanted to hear what discussion went on, and they may have some questions. That's what was sent through the clerk's office. So who's going to represent the Cardwells? You want to come up front, please? And you can press the red button and just state your full name and address.
Keep
Perfect.
it pressed?
Yep.
Okay.
No, you can let go now.
I can let go?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor Steele, council, staff, and visitors. My name is Ingrid Copland. I reside in the hamlet of Shirkston at 237 Fire Lane 26. I'm right down at the end of the beach end road of Pleasant Beach Road. But I also was a homeowner in Shirkston Shores for 41 years, and I just left there last year. I resided in the same spot, so I'm very passionate about both areas, and I know a lot of history of what went on. And I remember driving in with my dad's car, parking on the beach and, you know, partying there and watching the concerts. And then after that became the golf carts. I said, no more golf, like no more cars. Everybody get a golf cart. I was reluctant, but I wanted, you know, to get one, to be with, you know, be able to go on the beach. So we got golf carts. So when you're saying it's not a golf cart access issue, it's what I'm seeing is this agreement was signed in 2018. Why is it changing in 2022 when we've always had access to come into the park, to get down to the beach? We're not causing any problems. As being an outside resident, plus me being in the inside at both times, there was no issues. I just don't understand, why is it coming up now in 2022 than when it was signed in 2018? I don't know if you're going to get them to budge. From my feeling from them, they're very strong on this, that they do not want us in the park either way. Like they're actually making it a little difficult. I don't want to get into details. I could get into them after, but I don't believe they're being very fair. And also, I'm worried about these new barriers that have come up along the road ends, the beachways. There's Pleasant Beach. At the end there's a fence on top of concrete blocks that go right down to the water. I've heard that they will not let us in that way. And also on Wildwood Beach, there's boulders that go right down into the water. They've stopped any pedestrian access that way. So my feeling from them is not being very friendly and welcoming. It's more, I feel they do not want us in the park anymore. So I think it's great that you do look into and get their comments, feedback, what they're going to do for us. But I've been in the park. I know they're always short-staffed with security, with everything. They can't deal with everything going on in there. The community is so huge in there now that I believe it's more of a safety for people in the park, not only us too, but also even out of the park, by the way this park is growing so huge. It's just, I don't know what more I could say. I'm hoping I answered some of the
That's good. No, yeah, because I knew you guys wanted to listen to us and see what was discussed up here before you spoke, so that was good.
Yeah, that's what basically, and I really don't think you should be so hard on the golf carts, because I want to let you know that Shirkston Shores is instructing people they can leave the Shirkston Shores in a golf cart, and they can also, especially the Pleasant Beach Campground, they're not allowing them to go through the Pleasant Beach Campground down through Trillium to get down to the beach. They're telling them, you own a golf cart, you drive down Pleasant Beach Road, you go left on Beach Road, and you go back down Empire. And I have friends in the park, and I know they're doing this.
Yeah, well, they shouldn't be, because
exactly.
And we can't be part of that because.
Exactly, because the city's not responsible,
that's right.
And that's why you shouldn't be hard on us either if we are taking our golf carts and going down our little fire lanes, and you know, because I believe that maybe we should look into, now the city should maybe think about a golf cart community, like what they have done at another city in Ontario. They've piloted something.
Yeah, there is a pilot project in a couple cities.
And our golf cart has brake lights. It has signals. It could be equipped to be licensed. Basically, we have insurance on it. It's things like that we should be able to look into, and maybe make our roads around there 40 kilometers an hour, and we'll be safer for even Empire Road for the residents there. So it's something to think about. Like, I think we should start thinking about the environment and looking at electrical vehicles, and electric golf carts. That's what Shirkston only allows. That's what we own, is electric golf carts, so.
I'm not sure if they're gonna open up the pilot system, we can find that out for the future, but
Yeah.
I know there was a number of municipalities that took the province up on that when they brought it out.
Yeah.
It is a 10-year program, so
Right, and
I'm
it's
not
just
sure
the
how it'll
summer
be
months,
phased.
right? So it'll
Yeah.
be like July,
But,
August.
but until then, as I said, we can't condone golf cart use because under the Highway Traffic
No,
Act, it's
ex-
illegal.
Right.
And we can't be party to say, go racing around in Shirkston, Hamlet with your golf cart. I mean, we can't. That's just
Yeah,
something
but
we
just,
can't
it's,
do.
and it's not a golf cart. Please fight for vehicle access, at least a car, because I know that there's.
Yeah. So
People
Ingrid,
wanna bring
as
their
I said,
grandkids down and,
as I said, they did verbally speak to Scott and I and Mr. Long, I think was in the office. Yeah, it was Gary that day, the three of us, and that was a pointed question that I had asked. And they did state, we will allow them to drive in, park in the parking area.
But the parking area is at the top of the road.
I understand that.
I don't even think
Yeah.
I could walk from there,
Yeah.
to tell you the truth, and I'm not, you know.
Yeah, and they did state that they purchased 4 new vehicles for their park users that had mobility issues to move them around. They said, yeah, we would, if you come in, you tell security, they'll look after you for the data, move you down from your car to the beach and back.
Okay, because we've
one clarification.
not got that feedback. We've had staff saying that they're not
So,
even.
yeah, so let Scott deal with that, because if that's the
Okay.
case, that's wrong
Yeah, it is
based on
totally
what we were
wrong.
told.
Yeah.
Again, as Councillor Wells said, maybe somebody didn't get the memo, which they should have.
Yeah, I think everybody.
But Councillor Bruno, with your vast knowledge of the park, because you were a manager there for a number of years now, and we know it's changed a bit, but I don't believe there's parking near the beach anymore, is there, down?
Wildwood.
It's all parks, or is there a little bit of parking area down there?
Even myself, who sort of visits about once or twice a year, some old friends that are still there, I don't know if they're now down on Wildwood or Elko. I thought it was just with golf carts.
No, there's parking down by Wildwood Beach, just before you can go down to the ramp.
Oh, sorry, yeah, on the upper level. I meant on the beach.
Yeah, no,
Right,
you cannot. Yeah, you can drive down, drop your
Right.
gear off, and then you just have to move it back to a parking lot.
Yeah.
But there is an area turn that's closed in that you can go down on Elko and drop your belongings off. And
Right.
That's vehicle access,
vehicle,
correct?
yes,
Yeah, okay.
yes.
All right.
Or a cart, right?
Oh, the carts are anywhere on the beach. It's
Yeah.
allowed.
But they can also use that and drop
Yeah,
people.
and drop.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, that's good. I wasn't sure if there was mind you, I'm at the other end where I go to my son's mother-in-law's trailer the odd time. I've never seen a parking lot there, that's why, because when you
Yeah,
go
just
there,
Wildwood.
it's tough to find a spot, and they usually have a neighbor that says, yeah, park here, because I don't have a car this week or something. But, okay, that's the other side. Councilor Bruno?
I'm just wondering, listening to the debate, is there, if our people are going to talk to Shirkston, there is the issue that Councillor Wells brought up about access and what defines access. Is there, there's no sense of coming back and saying they said no on access and there was no other offers. So I'm just wondering if the community in LOS 1RO, if they're, do they want to define it's a vehicle, and if it's not a golf cart, I think the only other vehicle of practicality is a car or a pickup truck. So does that just need to be, instead of us, the elephant in the room, not dealing with it, is it, we believe it's vehicle, or is it, well, you know what, we can't get down there with all our gear, right? Can you provide what you say you're going to provide to handicapped people to the rest of LOS 1RO, which is the tram? What I'm looking for is that we don't go back and forth in onesies, that you come together with a list of their possible solutions so that our people are at least negotiating, get everything on the table in one fell swoop. Seems to me that it would save a lot of time of going back and forth to be definitive about what you'd like.
I don't want to make a decision for everybody, but I think we could probably discuss something, right, Marcia, or? Yeah.
I don't think it has to be tonight.
No.
No,
I
no.
think it has to be
yeah.
tonight, but maybe it's a starting point of, you know, because if you're not at the table and you want representation at the table, I think you got to tell the people at the table exactly what's acceptable.
Right, okay.
If I could ask that you contact Mr. Louie through email, be the best.
Sure, and can I just point out this city plan, this City of Port Colborne official plan? It's dated back 2013. I keep hearing that there was just a handshake of this access to Shirkston Shores. It was just never, nothing written in stone until 2018. But when I read through this plan, section 5 is a complete section on Shirkston Shores, and it always says that Michael and Empire Road allowances shall remain in public ownership. In particular, Empire Road will be retained for access to the Schisler Cemetery located in Shirkston Shores and to the Lake Erie shoreline. So this is something that's been in writing. This was dated September of 2013 and updated again to 2017. So as far as I remember, even growing up, they always had access to come into the park. So that's why I'm just a little upset that it took till 2022 for this change.
Okay, thanks. Questions, councillors? Looking online here. Nothing to the speaker, I mean. Okay, thanks, Ingrid.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Danch. Question to the speaker?
Well, not to the speaker, just to the topic
Okay,
itself.
yeah, I'll come back to you. Great, thanks, Ingrid.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just listening in here and keep talking about 2018 till today. Did the park not change hands with the new ownership there back around that time? I just wonder if all the stuff in the agreements carried forward.
Mr. Louie? I don't know.
They changed this year.
Isn't that still some communities? Sorry.
Councillor Bruno, is it changed hands since 2018?
Yes.
And that when just a sec, when did that happen, Gary?
I don't remember the year.
Okay.
You guys would probably know when you started getting a different letterhead or company, the Michigan company that owns it now. I'm not sure of the. I'm not sure when they came in after Encore, and there was someone in between Bourne Leisure and Sun for a while. I don't know when that change was. I don't remember the year.
So 28. So SSI Properties is 2018 agreement.
Sure,
Sun
Oh, okay,
Communities.
it's Sun?
So that's the ones that are there now?
Yep.
Okay. So same company, Frank?
I believe they're based out of Florida. And I'm just wondering because we're talking about it. We're trying to satisfy the people of that area, and I understand what they're going through and all that kind of stuff. But things get bought and sold, and some things just don't happen anymore. And accessibility doesn't seem big, but maybe these people could look into a possible a membership fee, so that it would satisfy these guys. They all want to get in it for free. Maybe they could just get a membership going, minimal, like a $25 a year kind of thing, and give them that access to the beach that they're all looking for. Everybody wants to go to the beach around here. There's no secret about it. I mean, I just, like I say, if the ownership's changed, then the things get changed in the legal side of things. But just an opinion.
Great, thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor Wells, I think some direction's been raised by council and our speaker. So, are we all right to leave this as direction to the CAO to move forward?
Yes, I have a motion captured.
You have something? Okay, do you want to have the clerk read what she captured here? Okay, Madam Clerk.
So based on discussion, I left it with this Shirkston Shore Management piece, so that the Chief Administrative Officer be directed to speak to Shirkston Shore Management to clearly define access for the residents and have that commitment for access committed to in writing.
For public distribution.
Yeah, or come back to a report to
Yeah,
council.
I just don't want
Yeah.
to have them send us something in confidence.
No, it should come back as a CAO report, Counselor, so that it is public. That's the best way to do it.
Yeah,
Is that right?
I'm acceptable with that.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, I would put a request to put on our website a submission from a request to the residents of the area for a submission of what they would be looking for in access.
Okay.
Just to get some public feedback from them, to send it into us that we can use for discussion and moving forward with Shirks and Shores.
Okay, well, have Ms. Zinga look after that so the CAO can direct that with Michelle. Do you have that? You're okay with the wording for that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, seconder, get it on the table. Sorry, yes. Councillor Demery. Councillor Bruno.
I'm just wondering to the two residents that were here, like, is there a informal association or somehow that this second part of Councillor Wells' message gets out? Because you're not going to look at the website if you don't know something's on the website now.
Go ahead, CAO.
Sure, through your worship to Councillor Bruno, I see a couple of hands up, and I don't know if that was a wave or a number three different ones possibly. I just want to, and I'm hearing the clerk whisper to the mayor that we should do some kind of direct contact rather than the website. I think, and I'll go back to the road end study, which when we first had a survey, it was probably poorly distributed because it was designed to be in a geographic area. But as people who outside of the geographic area found out that they weren't targeted by the email to complete the survey, they tried to do it. They tried to do the survey anyway. We know that this is a defined area, the LOS postal code. If we could reach those folks and say, get back by email or get back by some closed, non-public facing website, it might be the best way to make sure that we're getting the top quality, the comments from the people who have the most skin in the game. I've been to a resident's house, yard, the same resident and I and Mayor Steele have spoken on the phone. I don't know if that resident represents everyone, so I guess I'm gonna ask, if it's okay to ask the public, is there somebody who is the agent? Is there somebody who can get the word out, or more than one person who can get the word out on behalf of the city? Okay, well, why don't we meet after this this report is finished, over by the elevator or in that back room, and I'll get some contact information. And if it's more than one person, because there's more than one group, that's okay too. But we'll make sure that we get the word out and we get the comments back, if that's okay.
All right. Frank, any questions? Okay, you're set. All right. Noting the councillor's conflict on my left here, Councillor Bodner. All those in favor, raise your hand. And that's unanimous.
I'm going to go talk to the residents, so I won't be here for this next report.
Go to the back room then.
But I will say, if anyone's watching on YouTube or anyone is not in touch with other folks who is in the postal code, they can email me directly. My email address is firstname.lastname. So that's scott.luey@portcolborne.ca. I'll be back.
Yeah, go ahead. We'll let Mr. Bowles answer any CAO questions then. Okay, moving along here. 8.9, Council, is the 2021 Development Charge Summary. Recommendation that Corporate Services Department Report 2022-129 be received for information. I have Councillors Bruno and Bodner moving this. Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, through you to Mr. Bowles. Great report. I was struck by how little we collect in development fees from the city of Port Colborne. And that goes back to not only when the development fees were set, but it was a different time. And because we're only going to be getting to 60% on January 1st, I think it's January 1st, or is it October? I can't remember, one of the two. It will still be low. So I'm not sure of two things. One is the cost of redoing the study. Two is can the study be done prior to the 5 years and implemented before the 5-year study ends? Thank you.
Mr. Bowles.
Through the mayor to council, thank you for the question. I've had the opportunity to work with a great team here at the City of Port Colborne, and our manager of planning, I don't believe, is here at the oh, she is. She's right there. I thought she got to run out or something earlier.
Okay. No.
So I could easily give her the mic, and I think she's agreed to lead us through a new development charge study. We do not have to wait to the end of this study to start the next one. We talked about it in the 2022 budget process that we would make this a priority, recognizing that the discounts that are being received were really great at the time, but as the I think interest in the city has continued to grow, it may be due to move forward with a new DC study now. And having said that, if the manager of planning wants to make any comments, I'm maybe pass that over.
Yes. Yeah, you got to get up and go to the podium.
Thank you, and through the mayor to the councillor. Yeah, I will echo Mr. Bowles' comments in terms of the DC study, that we are looking at bringing that forward shortly to start the project. Right now, we're also going to be looking at confirming our growth numbers in the city, and so we're hopeful that that project would start first, and then that would feed into a new development charge background study. And to your question about the cost of a study, it'll range anywhere between $35,000 to $50,000, but it is something that can be captured back in the DC study, so we can recoup that cost. So we have to pay it up front, but it will be recouped through future development charges.
Go ahead.
I'm glad you're here to stand up and answer the planning question, because what I'm concerned about is that this is not a money grab. This is, when the study comes out, what it should cost, and it, for that extra space in the library, or the extra truck when we hit a tipping point at the fire department. So, this is about growth paying for growth. And right now, I see the DC charges with little accumulation. All you have to do is look around the region and realize that there'll be some things that this city will need that could have been paid for by the future taxpayer, or the building of that building, not the future taxpayer, the future purchaser of a new lot to development that's actually going to cost the existing folks that are here money. And so I know a lot of people think DC charges is just another way to raise money, but whether it's whatever level of government, it's putting aside to buy that extension to services that once we reach the tipping point. So that's why I'm for sooner rather than later. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Further questions? This is to receive. I don't see anything. All in favor? That's carried. 8.10, Draft Boulevard and Snow Removal Bylaw. Recommendation that the Community Safety and Enforcement Department Report 2022-70 be received. The Draft Boulevard and Snow Removal Bylaw attached as Appendix A to Community Safety and Enforcement Report 2022-70 be approved. That bylaw 6902/50/21, being a bylaw to establish a system for administrative penalties for non-parking offenses within the city of Port Colborne, be amended to remove and replace Schedule F as attached as Appendix B to Community Safety and Enforcement Report 2022-70 be approved. All of Councillors Demery and Bruno move that. Councillor Wells, question?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not sure who I would direct this to now, but...
Mr. Kawamoto.
Okay. The only issue I have with this is that there are property owners that own less property than they have boulevard. And they are required under this proposal to be responsible for maintaining that boulevard, which would be in excess of their own properties. To me, it's just unfair. It's just not reasonable that if I had to spend more money taking care of the city property, the boulevard, than I had to do for my own, to spend more time on it than my own. I just don't think it's fair. So I'm not sure whether you can put a size limitation on the boulevard, or if there's some other things you can put in there to make it a little bit more reasonable that the property owner would be willing to take care of that boulevard rather than that, unless you provide them with an option to be able to landscape that boulevard to suit their property, or to add things to that boulevard such that they would not create any problems for the city or safety issues that would be more amendable to aesthetic values of their property. So I don't see them getting anything out of it other than the extra work and extra cost to maintain a boulevard that's larger than their own property.
Mr. Kawamoto?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll try to speak for bylaws in the absence of the chief, but as we move forward with this to council, it's a matter of safety, and it's a matter of maybe getting back to the principles of helping your neighbors out. And one of the options and one of the things that neighbors can do for each other is clear the sidewalk in front of their area to be as safe as it can for other pedestrians. With respect to the other option, maybe the second point for the councillor made, with regard to things that can be done on the boulevard by the adjacent property owners, I just wanted to point out that through the minimum maintenance standards, if there is 18 inches or less on either side of the sidewalk that is public property, that we as the municipality have to ensure that there is nothing. I can't remember exactly how the minimum maintenance standards put it, but it's unexpected. So if there are things that are unexpected for a pedestrian or a cyclist on that walkway, on that sidewalk, we have to ensure it's actually 18 inches beyond that sidewalk also. The other thing, we obviously use the boulevard for snow storage, as we're talking about here. So we have to ensure that that area is kept clean for the snow that should be from the sidewalk into that area. The other thing that we have to be mindful of is if there are any encroachments within that 18 inches, and especially closer to that sidewalk, if there are any snow clearing equipment, as an example, that pass by there, the blades only have approximately 2 inches on either side, and it's very easy, especially in the first couple snow events, to slip off an inch or other, one way or the other. And if that happens, it could cause substantial damage to those equipments in the tens of thousands of dollars. And second last thing is, there are also sometimes sprinkler systems that go underneath the sidewalk within the public road right of way, and to spread the water on the boulevard area. Again, if the city goes ahead and replaces that sidewalk, and especially if we don't know about it, it shouldn't be there to begin with, but if we don't know about it, it'll rip off and again cause potential thousands of dollars for that resident if they put it in. One other thing is gravel, as an example. Some of these boulevards are gravel, And if they are altered, it could affect the drainage, not just of the property, but also of the road. And so that it could affect the stormwater conveyance. And that's why we asked the public if they do want to do any alteration to that area to come in, go through the municipal consent process. Staff will evaluate if they want what they're looking at, and if they want to enhance the boulevard, that, as the councillor mentioned, it wouldn't affect the operations of the city. So by all means, they could come in and we could take a look at it through municipal consent permit to see what's allowed and what's not, if there is a wish for any of those residents to come and do something with their boulevard.
Thank you. Councillor? Do you have any further questions?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have no further questions, and I appreciate all of the issues that were raised by Director Kawamoto. I guess what it boils down to is what we're doing here does not have clarity to it as to what options the residents and the property owners have in order to modify any of the boulevards or to do that. To me, it just seems black and white. Here's the boulevard. You're adjacent to your property, regardless of what's there. You got to maintain it. So I think there has to be a little bit more clarity, a little more detail to that, a little more thought put into how we can persuade the property owners to maintain it the way we want it to be maintained. That would be consistent throughout the neighborhood, which would encourage neighborhood boulevard watch parties. I just think there needs be a little bit more thought to that in order to accommodate all of the residents.
Thank you, Councillor. Just a point of clarification, Mr. Kawamoto. When the Councillor talks about maintenance, who'll actually maintain it if it gets dug up or it needs stone or it needs grading if it's a stone boulevard? What we're really asking here is A, cutting it if it's grass, and B, picking up garbage if there's garbage on it, etc. What other maintenance issues should we be concerned about? That's where I kind of read it, where it started and stopped. I'm not looking for them to go out there and bring dirt and soil and grass seed and all that stuff, but we're more talking the aesthetic maintenance of it, not the yeah. That, 10 houses on a street and you get the one guy that never cuts his boulevard and it grows 4 feet high is really what we want to stop. 99% of the people do, 1% don't. I just want clarification on that, just so the public knows what we're talking about here.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. Again, what we're looking for is for that area to be taken care of by the property owner, by the adjacent property owner, again, for aesthetics, to keep our city looking beautiful. And again, if it's, for example, snow clearing on the sidewalks, sort of to help thy neighbor, including themselves and thy neighbor. So it is basically, to ensure that our community does not become, or the aesthetics of our community does not become degraded because of somebody's lack of work or enthusiasm, I guess, for this beautiful city.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bruno?
I appreciate Councillor Wells bringing this up. I wasn't aware of that, and I don't know if he can answer a question for me. Is this a large amount of people, you would think? Or so basically, if somebody owns 15 feet on the inside, say if it's urban sidewalk, there may be 20 feet on the outside of the property line? Is that what you're getting at, where some people, the public side is bigger than the private side? I'm sure it's hard for you to quantify. I'm trying to get my brain around whether it's, 400 people like when we went through the drain issue, right? Or if it's 40 or 10. And so, can it maybe be dealt with individually or mapped or something like that?
Councillor?
I can't quantify it myself. I can just speak to, for example, in your ward on Oakwood Street, 49 Oakwood Street, the actual roadway goes into their front property because there's no sidewalk. It's not delineated. So the boulevard is actually their front lawn. And then adjacent to it on Helen, I think it's Helen Street?
Helen, yeah.
There's a wide boulevard there that leads up to the stop sign with a ditch in it that, you know, the person there ends up cutting, he has more grass to cut for the city than he has of his own. And I think that would probably be the same thing if you go down the other corners of Helena Street, right down to Fielden Street. But
even up on Cedar, they have some.
Yeah.
The roads actually, our properties way in.
So I can't quantify it.
No, I got my brain around that.
But
Okay.
that's my
I've got
concern.
Councillor Danch, then Councillor Demery. Councillor Danch?
Thank you. I guess towards Chris there, I'm just going from memory, but the last item on the, I guess it's on the snow removal side, and they're talking about having a plow that's wider than the sidewalk and doing damage to the sides.
Mr. Kawamoto?
Thank you, through the mayor to the councillor. Just for clarity, if there is, say, a sidewalk, as an example, a sidewalk snowplow that is going by, there is only approximately a 1 inch on either side or 2 inch total that a lot of plow blades are the width, almost the width of the sidewalk. So again, if there is anything that is intruding in that particular area, it could cause major damage to any of that, as an example, that type of equipment. So again, it's not larger than the sidewalk, but it is almost as large as the width of the sidewalk. And again, I've seen curbs, decorative curbs, as an example, on driveways come all the way to the sidewalk. There have been boulders or decorative plantings that have come all the way to the sidewalk. And again, as staff go down there, depending on what it is, again, that can intrude in the pathway there, so it gets ripped up unintentionally. That happens quite a bit in other municipalities from my professional experience.
Councillor Danch?
I do the odd hoof around town, and sometimes it's our own equipment that's causing the boulevard damage, and we leave what I'll call a little beaver pelt on the side, and you know it's our staff that's doing this. I mean, personally, I clean 100 yards of sidewalk every time it snows, and I'm adamant about keeping it clean because I don't get any sun. And we work hard at keeping it clean, and we'll use snow blowers, four-wheelers, whatever it takes to keep it clean. But you go down the sidewalk, and the sidewalk guys are doing a good job. You know, they're going along the waterfront. You know, they're keeping it clean so everybody can get moving around. But when they're the ones that are causing the problems on the side, they should be the ones that are accountable to come back and fix it in a decent amount of time, I would think.
Mr. Kawamoto?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, 100% absolutely. If there are ruts, as an example, if there's a wheel that slips off the sidewalk, we would do that. The case in point here, what we're discussing is the encroachment, I guess, to the sidewalk area of other things such that is planted by the private individual that exacerbates that problem. That's what we're talking about here.
Councillor? Okay, is all set? Councillor Demery?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I do want to ask about planting the boulevards. You've seen a little bit of this last year. We saw it toward the end of the summer. There were more than at the beginning, obviously. And from what I've heard, people talking lately, there are going to be more still. There's a movement afoot to have, and I forget what it was called, but it was Eat Streets or something. But to have those boulevard strips provide gardening, like vegetable gardens and that sort of thing. I'm a little concerned with height. I know someone tried to grow tomatoes last year, and that wasn't a good idea, right? But I'm a little concerned with the height. And I'm also concerned with the aesthetics to a point. I mean, there has to be some kind of uniformity, but people really do want to be able to use those spaces. They think they're wasted space, and they want to be able to use them for something. They're upset that they can't grow trees there anymore, so let's use them for something else. I just really would like to see staff take some kind of, not a position, but maybe give some kind of outline as to what would be acceptable and what wouldn't. Because that's a pretty broad range in there. So that would be helpful.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor and all council. That is site specific. So unfortunately, there is a multitude of things, like there are a multitude of words in the English language. It kind of depends on the situation. As an example, councillor, you mentioned trees. Well, sometimes there are particular trees that may be used, but however, most of them cannot, because the roots protrude, and especially if there are pipes in the area, those roots intrude into the pipe, and that causes infiltration, it causes water main leaks, it causes many things. So it is almost on a site-by-site basis. However, as an example, as we go ahead and take a look at the Omer area through our inflow and infiltration and our stormwater control, there may be options there for rain gardens within the boulevard, as an example, and that is something that could absolutely be done, and we actually recommend it. But again, it has to be at the right place at the right time to ensure, as Councillor Wells mentioned, that it doesn't negatively impact any of the other city operations. So it can be done, and that's why I would ask anybody that is thinking about doing that to come through the municipal consent process, so then their recommendations can be evaluated by staff to ensure that there is no conflict and it can be moved forward.
Okay, I thank you, and I appreciate your position, but I think we need to be realistic and understand this. People who are going to plant a boulevard to grow vegetables are not doing it because they have the money to run through a municipal consent program. You know, that's not what they're doing. They're doing it because it's obviously helping their situation. So they're going to grow it out front of their house. They're not doing it for just to make a statement. They're doing it to use this, and to have them go to all the trouble to do it, only to have someone come along and say, no, you're not allowed and you have to rip it all out. That doesn't work. There needs to be some kind of guidance given, knowing that it's happening, people are doing it, and it is a movement. I mean, you know, it's gone a movement across the states already, and we're seeing it more in Canada all the time. We should be just up ahead of the race and just put out some kind of a guiding document that says, you know, here are the sight lines that have to be paid attention to. This is, you know, just general, so that people are not spending a lot of money putting in something that they're going to lose, and are not having to come in and deal with cost, you know, spending the money on permits and doing all that sort of thing and taking up staff time, and that it doesn't necessarily have to happen if we just had a loosely forming guiding document, something like that. It would just be helpful, and I know you guys have enough to do, but I'm just putting it out there that would be a much simpler way to deal with it, rather than have people come and just anger the public further, and that's the bottom line of it. It angers them further. Just, you know, just maybe a little proactive. That's what I'm asking for.
Mr. Kawamoto?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we can try, but as I mentioned, every area is different, whether it be a corner lot, whether it be right of way, whether it have pipes, whether it already have trees, whether it doesn't, whether it has sidewalk, all of those things, whether there's drainage, whether there's not, all of those things come into consideration, and we could try to come up with something, but it would be so vague and so loose that it may be meaningless. Again, I know I'm not trying to say that we don't allow anything, but there are a number of restrictions, and again, it's all about safety, all about protecting our infrastructure, and it's not the fact that, you know, we don't want this to happen. As I mentioned, in the Omer area, we're actually going to suggest for some of that to happen, but it has to be in the right circumstances, and to cover all of those circumstances in one broad policy may be very, very difficult. And but again, we could say, you know, take a look at sight lines and ensure infrastructure is not there or what have you. But at the same time, for those members of the public, if they know that, that's great. But to have some sort of check and balance to ensure that what the public are doing, what a particular resident is doing, does not impact that, because I mentioned a multitude of things that, usually if you think I'm just planting a garden, you don't think of those things. And that's why there should be some sort of check and balance with the city to ensure that what they're doing is appropriate. It's just similar like a call before you dig. It is that simple. That's a process that everybody, including the city, has to do. Just call before you dig. And again, if you're digging up a boulevard, if you're putting a shovel in the ground anywhere, actually, you have to at least go through that process. And you should be. Again, there's a lot of safety issues because of that. If you hit a gas main, as an example, there have been fatalities because of that. So there must be some sort of check and balance process to ensure that what is being looked at or recommended by somebody is ensured that it's recommended and looked at by a professional who kind of understands the safety risks, and that process right now is the municipal consent process. But to your point, it is nice not to have 20,000 people come in and ask if this is okay for their boulevard. So there might be something that we can do, but again, it is a lot of individuals, just like the municipal consent looks at. They look at that individual area to see, is this the appropriate thing or not? Because the less infrastructure that's there, the more options there are for residents for those particular boulevards, and vice versa.
Well, I totally understand. I do thank you for that. It's we had the guy that tried to grow the tomatoes, and then we had the other guy that tried to grow the lettuce. Big difference between those sidelines. So it's I get it. I understand that it's a problem. And trees or shrubs are not really what I'm talking about. It's vegetables or flowers, and flowers can grow high as well. So they are issues. There's no question about that. I just I put it out there for you to know. And if maybe there was some way of them being able to just make a quick call and then ask rather than get a quick answer, that might work. Or just maybe say no, not allowed at all. Done. So it's something to make it clear and easy, because I just see this as growing into a problem.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we actually have those type of recommendations with regard to the rain gardens. And again, that's specific for controlling stormwater. But the particular plantings, the particular size, the particular depth, what you use, the materials, all of that should be within a package that we could do that. So for that particular option, which is rock garden, flowers, etc., for beautification, if that is the particular request or the particular ask from a resident, that we kind of do. It's not quite an engineering standard. We could actually try to, I'll take that into consideration as we move through our engineering standards, and we can have that as one of the options. We can definitely do that for that particular type of request.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Bruno?
Thank you. This whole conversation at the end here just popped into my mind about the concern Councillor Wells has and you have. So I had a constituent today who called me about wanting to cut their curb down. And so I called the appropriate person at Public Works, and they said, yeah, municipal access agreement, right? And we'll come out and have a look, and here's the application fee. I said, well, what if it's just no? You can't cut it, you're making the driveway too wide, right? Or all these kind of things. And the response was, which I was encouraged by, was, well, no, we don't charge if we just say that. If we just give you the yes or no. But I don't think, I didn't know it, he didn't know it, but it was interesting to hear that an application fee in this case, you usually think of, you put the money down, you hand them the form, but that's not necessarily the way this works. So maybe the answer to both issues is that because you would want to map these exceptions somehow so that your guys go by and they see tomato plants growing there, they know not to cut it down because the guy has a municipal access agreement. Maybe the parameters is the form we already have. And so it gets a yes or no, and if it's a yes, you have to pay the fee, but the fee might be worth it, or the fee might last, I don't know if it has an expiry date on it, and you have to renew it. So it's a one-time fee. The property gets, to Councillor Wells' issue, the property gets marked, not the person.
Okay.
So the next person who buys that house on Oakwood Street, he's already in the data bank. So maybe the answer to this is adopting a system we already have beyond what the current municipal access agreement is made for.
Mr. Kawamoto?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor and all of council. The gray area of the municipal consent versus an encroachment agreement, again, I think that is something that we can definitely take a look at to see if we can come to some medium ground there, so that we can, these type of changes specifically to the public boulevard area. I can work with both the manager of planning and my staff to take a look at where that kind of line is, and maybe we can tweak that so that, yes, and you are correct that once that is, especially an encroachment agreement, if that's paid, it doesn't necessarily need a particular end date or a particular renewal of fees. That doesn't necessarily need to be done.
All right, further questions? Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Worship. Just for clarification, in the bylaw, it refers to maintenance as it means the action required to sustain a boulevard, including but not limited to cutting, watering, removing debris, and repairing damage to any driveway located within the boulevard areas. Not limited to means it could be gone. Anything, right? And in the report, it refers to maintenance minimum standards, which are in the bylaws, and which I know the bylaw officers refer to those fairly significantly and very firmly. I think that definition of maintenance needs to, maybe could be a little worked on, just to give some of the residents some comfort that they know they're not going to have to be paying for somebody's driveway because it was damaged, or if a tree had to be cut down, they had to cut a tree down because it was on their boulevard that they had to maintain it. So, just my concern.
Mr. Kawamoto?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for a point of clarification, if any city staff make a mess, destroy anything, it is 100% on the city to do that repair. I believe what the bylaw officer, or the spirit of this report, is natural degradation of that area. Again, if there's something that is not a natural degradation, as an example, somebody coming with one of our plows and damaging this particular area, it will be covered by the city. So just wanted to make that a point of clarification when it is not limited to, but that is the limit right there. If we do it, we'll repair it and rectify it. Again, I do want to maybe take this opportunity to point out that we do have particular standards. So if somebody, as an example, wants to pave a particular area that's not normally done, or put in some additional aesthetic things such as an interlock brick in the boulevard area, and there is a construction that needs to be done, we usually go back with our standards. And obviously there is discussion with that particular resident who has potentially enhanced, in some people's view, that particular area. There would be discussion, but we do have our standards that we go back at if there is a reconstruction of that particular area.
Okay. Further questions by anyone? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? That's carried. All right. 17 motions. 17. This is a motion from Councillor Wells to request a temporary moratorium on all aggregate extraction license applications in Ontario. I have Councillor Wells, and then I have a Mr. Tripp from the Reform Gravel Mining Coalition. Is he here this evening? He's here. And I have a Cindy Mitchell to appear virtually. They're both here? Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, okay. But you can let him in. Yeah. So I'm going to go to Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Your Worship. In regards to mineral aggregate resources, they are a finite and a designated strategic resource and are protected because of that, because they're essential to our future and must be available for sustainable development. And there's no question about that. And the moratorium is not to stop aggregates application. Our agricultural and development lands are finite as well, and they need to be protected to have the same rights as mineral resources. And in fact, we need food and housing more than we need aggregate. It's just an essential for living. We just discussed in item 8.1 the need for housing in Niagara region, and more specifically in Port Colborne. The region predicts that Port Colborne's population will grow by 3,000, or 16% by 2051, needing 2,300 new housing units. That's significant. But then Port Colborne did its own prediction, and based on the current development applications that have been received, a 30% growth, or 10,000 people needing approximately 7,000 housing units are required by 2051. If this was an R1 development with a minimum requirement of 0.058 hectares, as currently required by the zoning bylaw, that would mean that we would need 500 hectares or 2,000 acres of developable land to accommodate that growth. So the question is, where is this land going to come from to accommodate the housing and also to feed our growing population that we expect and predict to come? So where is this property going to come from? Where is this in Port Colborne? When depleted mineral aggregate sites are rehabilitated, virtually none have been returned to agricultural production. They usually end up as a recreational lake or some fill site for unwanted soils. And very few have resulted in housing developments as well. I know there have been some gravel pits have been turned into golf courses. I know there are some that have been turned into commercial operations, but they're very few and far between. If we don't consider all the variables needed for a sustainable future, our future will be in jeopardy. And that's what the temporary moratorium is about. We need to take a time out for the consideration of all the variables of a sustainable future, and a temporary moratorium on aggregate applications is just one of those variables that needs to be considered in managing the variables for a sustainable future. A temporary moratorium is not being closed-minded, it is being open-minded to the options we need to consider for our future and how mining and mineral aggregates impact our future and land resources. I urge you, Council, to please support a temporary moratorium of aggregate applications so a provincial management strategy can be put in place to ensure we have the resources for a sustainable future for us and the generations to come. And that is basically all that I can say, except for I would like to make a friendly amendment to the motion that I brought forward. That friendly amendment would show that we are not closed-minded about the current application from PCQ. The amendment would be in the therefore be it resolved that the City of Port Colborne hereby respectfully request the Ontario government impose an immediate temporary moratorium on all new aggregate mining applications received as of July 1st, 2022.
So Councillor, can I get you to put your motion on the floor with the amendment?
Yes.
If you can read it out, please.
Okay.
Just so we can move on with discussion on it.
Read the whole motion?
Yep.
Okay. The motion reads, whereas the city is comprised of 12,196 hectares of land with approximately 14% or 1,778 hectares identified as mineral aggregate, and a total farmland in Niagara has decreased by 2.1% or 4,660 acres since 2011, and in Port Colborne farmland area in the same period has decreased by 10.7%. And whereas the city acknowledges the need to protect the access to strategic mineral aggregate resources, a plan for future growth, the city is equally concerned about the potential loss of prime agricultural land from its inventory of good, productive agricultural lands. And whereas Ontario currently has over 5,000 licensed pits and quarries located throughout the province that are able to meet the expected near-term needs of Ontario's construction industry and growth, and whereas applications continue to be submitted without a definitive justification or rationalization for the need of additional supply, and whereas aggregate pits and quarries can be destructive and threatening to natural environments such as woodlots, habitats, endangered species, and resources such as aquifers, as in the case in Port Colborne, and whereas pits and quarries can have negative impacts on host communities in terms of noise, air pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, and truck traffic. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Port Colborne hereby respectfully requests the Ontario government impose an immediate temporary moratorium on all new aggregate mining applications received as of July 1st, 2022, pending the formation of an independent panel and board consultation process, including First Nations, affected communities, independent experts, and scientists to chart a new path forward for aggregate mining in Ontario, which proposes criteria for processing, for determining the need for new and expansion of aggregate licenses, recommends updated policies and restrictions for aggregate mining below the water table to be considered with the provincial policy statement and reflect current groundwater sciences, develops new guidelines for reprocessing in order to ensure sustainable strategic aggregate supplies, recommends a fair levy for aggregate mining that includes compensation for a full environmental and infrastructure maintenance costs to the local community of extraction and distribution of aggregate, provides greater consideration for the input by local municipalities to lessen the impacts from aggregate operations and associated truck traffic through the communities, and propose revisions to applications procedures which fully honor First Nations treaty rights. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Leader of all provincial parties, Minister of Natural Resource and Forestry, the Honourable Ted Armat, MPP, AMO, Region of Niagara, local regional area municipalities, and the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority.
Seconder? Councillor Demery seconds that. Further questions or comments? Councillor Demery?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to be super clear on this one point. This exempts the current PCQ application, correct? So the city is not put in an awkward position, and we're not into a legal stand.
I'll go to the CAO on this.
I want to make clear this.
Sure, is that?
Yeah, okay. Go.
I guess, I think it depends on how you look at it. Common sense would prevail. I understand what Councillor Wells has done by changing the motion. However, I was concerned about that. So I went back to the lawyer that gave the original legal opinion that was heard in closed session. And I asked staff to go back, it wasn't actually me, and say, does this make a difference? Does this nuance or this new way of presenting it make it better, I guess, or more appropriate for council to entertain? And the response was basically that it doesn't change the legal opinion, that by passing the motion, council is exposing itself, the city, to a claim that application was prejudged because of council's passing of a moratorium. So the July 1st wording doesn't change the legal opinion.
Councillor?
I really absolutely I'm astounded by that, because that makes no sense whatsoever. To me, anyway. I would think that application would now be in a protective stance. Mm-hmm. That's not going to be, part of anything. This moratorium would go forward. It's about planning for a future. And that's got nothing to do with that application that's there right now. So I don't see how how that would be at all, but I mean, obviously, he's a lawyer, I'm not. So he may know more than me, but I still would support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Bodnar?
I guess it puts us in kind of a situation, but as directors of the corporation, which we are, we're duty bound not to put the corporation at any risk. And I'll bow to the CAO if that is a wrong statement.
CAO?
Through your worship to Councillor Bodnar, I think in principle, there's a convention that you're the officers, the directors, you are the board of directors of the corporation, and you have to act in the best interest of the corporation. Unless the clerk corrects me, I don't think you'll find a section of the Municipal Act that requires that, but it's a convention. It's a concept. So, and I think you're correct in your summarizing of it.
All right.
Councilor?
So, sometimes, as much as we want to do something, you got to weigh what's the odds of something happening. And I would venture that if something happens, the proponent certainly would take us to task for prejudging this. So I guess everybody has to make up their decision, on if they feel that it's worth putting the corporation to do something that, how many other communities have done? 20, 30,
Your microphone, Ron.
Sorry. Yeah, so how many other communities have done this? 20 or 30 or whatever? So whether we add our voice or not to it is, maybe carries weight, maybe doesn't, but, I guess that's part of the decision-making process. Thanks.
Further questions from councillors? Councillor Demery?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Councillor Bodnar makes a very good point, and I saw it in exactly the opposite way now that you've said that. I think it actually puts us in a position we have no choice but to pass that application if we were to go ahead and pass this motion. So otherwise we would be in a bad situation. So I guess it's damned if you do, damned if you don't, and I'm at a position where I would do what's, I think, best for all going forward in the future, and I will support the motion.
Okay, we do have 2 delegations, council, so I can go to the delegations now, Madam Clerk. We have a Mr. Tripp from Reform Gravel Mining Coalition. Bring Mr. Tripp up. Good evening, Mr. Tripp. How are you?
Good evening. I'm very well, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council, to give me the opportunity to speak to you tonight briefly about the resolution that's before you. Yes, I do represent the Reform Gravel Mining Coalition. This is a volunteer advocacy group that was established in January of this year, January 2022. And that's when it was incorporated as an entity. And it's interesting to know why the group came to be. It really reflected the fact that numerous communities throughout Ontario, especially in southern Ontario, over the years have been confronted with applications for pits and quarries. Many citizen groups have been formed to advocate their interests in regard to those applications. When it came to a yes or no, very often those applications ended up in the what was the Ontario Municipal Board is now the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the track record is that typically, frequently, the tribunal ruled in favor of the proponent. I come out of that. That's how I became involved in this issue, having been involved in a community group in Rockwood between Guelph and Acton. So I have just 3 or 4 or 5 slides to keep me on track here. So if I could ask for the next slide. The resolution as presented by Councillor Wells catches a lot of the information, I guess, that I'm going to highlight. But bear with me, if you will, to allow me just to make some of the high points in regard to our interests about the aggregate, the quarry aggregate industry in Ontario. There's a lot of spin about it, but the truth is that gravel mining in pits and quarries is not a benign activity. There are environmental consequences, there are social consequences in communities. The sense of place that often many communities have is disrupted by the existence of these gravel mines. The product, of course, is seen as a building component for development. It does feed highways, but highways mean sprawl, and all of that contributes to climate change. And I say this just to make the point that this is not a small isolated issue that we're dealing with. It's part of a bigger picture dealing with the concerns that many citizens have in regard to climate change and the existence of sprawl. We're living at a time now where the new provincial government has given itself a mandate to build 2 new highways. One of the other issues that relates to gravel mining is often the use of lands that are considered the sites of Indigenous nations, and the consultation and so on that is normally expected with Indigenous nations is often not fully respected. Municipalities like Port Colborne are caught in the middle of all of this, and unfortunately it would seem that things are getting worse rather than better. There is the issue of impacts assessment of gravel mines, and many municipalities believe that those assessments are unreasonably low. There have been some challenges initiated by more than one municipality on this matter. The levies that are paid by gravel mining companies based on the tonnage that they extract that find its way into municipalities' hands rarely are sufficient to pay for the increased road maintenance costs caused by the haulage routes that are heavily traveled by heavy trucks. I believe Councillor Wells spoke about mining below the water table. Municipalities in the past used to try to control whether gravel mining went below the water table by the zoning that they applied to the sites. The province now prohibits that option, so it's really out of the hands of elected municipal officials to protect groundwater resources if the proponent chooses to extract below the water table. Given all these issues, I think the case is certainly arguable that there are reasons to be concerned about additional gravel mining applications. And I guess it's important to recognize that Ontario already has licensed capacity that exceeds 13 times the annual consumption in the marketplace. 13 times. So it's not just a 10% overage, it's 13 times. There's an estimated 5,000 net acres of land per year to the industry. That is, when you take new sites and subtract rehabilitated sites, the net gain in disturbed lands is about 5,000 acres a year. In fact, there's, according to our data, there's 67% more land disturbed than there was 2 decades ago. So there is this growing intrusion of disturbed lands throughout the province, and again, highly concentrated, very highly concentrated in southern Ontario. I'll get to this one in just a moment, but yeah, you can leave it on. It's important to address the point that's often made by the industry that development proposed development in the province is going to require much, much more aggregate, and therefore there is a need for more and more sites to be developed. The data simply don't support that. In the last 30 years, the Ontario population has grown by 45%. And along with that, all of the development, of course, that has taken place in a period of 30 years. And yet the annual production of aggregate in Ontario, and therefore consumption, has virtually been flatlined. In fact, in the years, the decade 2000 to 2009, the average annual consumption of aggregate was 168 million metric tons. From 2010 to 2019, the next decade, the average annual amount was 157 million metric tons. And when you look at the last 30 years, it has been that up and down, but the best we can say about it is that it's roughly flatlined in spite of 45% growth in the province's population. So the argument for developing more and more new sites simply doesn't stand up to the scrutiny of the statistics that the industry itself produces. One of the main problems for this, one of the main reasons that this is happening, is that it is a part of Ontario policy, as spelled out in the provincial policy statement, that there is no need to show need for a new gravel mine. Anybody can buy 100 acres of land and put in an application for a gravel mine, and there's no requirement in assessing that application to justify that that new source of aggregate materials is needed. And that's part of the provincial policy statement. And it's led to the proliferation of sites, many of which are only partially depleted and then mothballed as the industry moves from one place to another. And now in this slide, it's just a very quick video, if you'll bear with me. One of my colleagues did kind of a nice summary of the issues that I'm trying to touch on. So if you could just click that arrow.
We have these scars of gravel mines all across Ontario. They are everywhere. I mean, most people would be surprised to hear that there's over 5,000, almost 5,600 gravel sites in Ontario. I mean, it starts with just the scraping off of all the soils that have any capability of supporting life. The sites themselves have these things called berms, which are basically piles of soil around the perimeter of them. So you can't really see them when you drive by, but if you see this sort of strange hill of dirt on either side of a rural road, there's probably a gravel mine behind it. Even if you're not living next to a gravel mine, this issue should matter to you. The last thing we should be doing is creating more highways and sprawl, and that's exactly what the majority of gravel is used for. These are not benign uses of land. These are socially and environmentally destructive. Gravel in the ground has a purpose. It filters our groundwater. It provides clean drinking water. It helps with flood management when there's excessive rain. Pretty well every gravel operation in the province deals with water at some point. Either they're digging below the water and they need to deal with a water table, or they're using large amounts of water to wash and prepare the ground. Gravel mining and climate change feed off each other. It's time to connect the dots, that all the problems that we're having in all the different communities really are related. We actually have a policy in Ontario that says there's no need to show need for establishing a new gravel mine. So the industry has permission to dig up on an annual basis 13 times what we actually use. That's a policy of a bygone era when we thought the planet was just something we could take and take and take and not be respectful of it at all. But the reality is that an awful lot of sites sit dormant, and that's the horrible secret of this industry. The dormant gravel mines tell us that we've got more gravel mines in Ontario than we need. They're a clear indication that the industry is out of control. Successive governments have failed us. It's time for us to join together in a common voice and say, stop. So our call is to pause new approvals until we can look at the issues associated with gravel mining and address them in a sustainable way. My name is Graham Flint, and I've been dealing with gravel mining for almost 2 decades now. The time for a moratorium is now.
Thank you, and we can go to the next slide.
Mr. Tripp, you're at your time limit, 10 minutes. So if you could quickly wrap up, please.
Okay, So very quickly, in just 3 points, we have a solution. It's in Councillor Wells' resolution to impose a temporary moratorium on new gravel mining approvals, which would provide time for an independent assessment of the industry and propose reforms that would bring it into compliance with other competing priorities. Next slide, please.
No, that's your time limit. Thank you. I'm going to go to questions now. Thank you, Mr. Tripp. Any questions to the speaker? Seeing none, again, thank you. We have Cindy Cosby up next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Thanks, Cindy. Welcome. And just to remind everybody that there is a 10-minute limit. Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to correct my surname is Mitchell.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, my email is Cosby.
Oh, okay. That's what's coming up here. Thanks, Cindy.
There's an explanation behind that, but I don't want to disclose it publicly. Anyways, you know that I'm part of the Niagara Water Protection Alliance, and I'm only speaking to try and bring it home to Port Colborne a little bit. 3 years ago, we formed with concern because of the application, the site alteration permit, to dump excess soil into Pit 1. And we were very concerned about contamination of the aquifer. We're all about protecting the aquifer. But in these 3 years, we began to look across southern Ontario, and up come this concern in this community, this community, this community. We started looking around. We were not alone. When the Reform Gravel Mining Coalition come along, it was a long time needed solution. We need to look towards the future. Like he was saying, this is old hat stuff. It can't continue. We're not back in the 60s when we think everything is forever. For an example, when he was saying that quarries, and I don't want to pick on Port Colborne quarries, but that's the one that I'm most familiar with, so I'm going to use it as an example. Another reason I'm going to use it as an example is because I'm on the Public Liaison Committee, and I have a little bit more knowledge. So I was surprised to learn that Port Colborne Quarry, when they applied for their permit for the original Pit 3, we thought that they never rehabilitated Pit 1 or Pit 2 because they didn't have room in Pit 3, and they needed to drive through and wash and process their stuff. So they're working in Pit 3. Pit 3 becomes big enough. They don't never transfer their washing facilities and their crushers over to Pit 3. They continue to drive back and forth, exposing the aquifer because they're deep into the aquifer to the risk of contamination. In order to keep all these pits dry, they get a permit to take water. If you multiply up all the permits to take water, you're looking at possibly, they don't usually reach this maximum, but 9 billion liters of water per year from our aquifer. We can't sustain this. Our aquifer is needed. We need to protect it. It's our future. Most of our fresh groundwater is in aquifers. Our lakes at risk, our canals, a high intake risk for vulnerability of contamination. We've almost had it a couple of times with gas fuel spills. There's been blue-green algae in other locations. Even over in Buffalo, there was a risk of it coming towards Fort Erie. Another city, I'll take Windsor for an example. Their intakes in the Detroit River. They're now proposing and looking at spending millions of dollars to ensure that they have fresh water because their intake pipe is in the Detroit River. They fear blue-green algae. They fear contamination from Sarnia and other sources. Right now, if they're rehabilitated, the past lakes work as a reservoir for us, or we could create a municipal well as a backup source that would serve all of South Niagara with this aquifer. That's one reason we need to protect it. The other thing about Pit 2, okay, they never rehabilitated Pit 2. I find out they have 2 more years of stone in there that they've never even accessed. So you need, because Stone, sand, and gravel is a finite resource. It's not everywhere. It's not forever. You need to use up what you have a license to use up before you're moving on to your extension of pit 3. The taxes, yeah, it's shocking. They pay less taxes. The stipend that our towns get to repair our roads, maybe $300,000 when we're looking at road repairs in millions. It's just that the aquifers are vulnerable. We have to protect the land, the farmland that Harry talked about, other gentlemen talked about. Another one of the things with the provincial planning statement that people guess is 2020. In that statement, it says that aggregate should be sourced as close to the market as possible. Why do we have stone down? Our aggregate in this province could run out if it's misused and mined improperly. Why do we have a stone dock and we ship it to the US? Maybe you can answer that question. The other thing is, I'm nervous, so I'm getting a little bit lost. Talk about licenses being approved. Just go right over next door in Wayfinding. There is a license approved for another quarry. They're not active on it yet. They're not mining yet. But they can start digging in the ground right into our aquifer. We need to look at protecting our aquifers. We need to look at protecting our farmlands. We need to reduce greenhouse gases. We need to not let the fox watch the hen house when it comes to excess soils. We need good science. We need good studies. We are here now in 2022. Maybe do this better, to do this right. And we do need a pause. We do need to sit back and look at this industry when you're looking at 13 times the amount. Even PCQ, we're licensed 444. I think they're licensed up to 1,800,000, around that. They just dropped their current license down, their application down to only 1 million because they never met that, but they could have tried to take it. Moving out of pit 1 and 2 and allowing it to be rehabilitated, they don't plan on doing that for another 8 to 12 years. So they're going to continue pumping year after year, maybe up to 9 billion liters of water. Once they start working in pit 3 extension, they'll be pumping out more. Pit 1 runs into our stormwater system. The other pits, pit 3 runs down the Wignall drain, which is another issue. Brings me right over to our wetlands, which I don't know. Like quarries, companies all over Ontario, some of them behave badly, some of them behave very good. One of the reasons that they don't behave so good sometimes is because they can just do it. I mean, anybody in business, if you get away with it and it's cheaper, you're gonna do it. But if we have regulations, guidelines, studies in place to have some checks and balances, maybe it'll be done better. Maybe it'll be understood better. I, all of my life, drove down highway number 3 and never knew it was really behind the berms. I remember as a child going into pit 1 in a dump truck and being fascinated by it. But now, just drive from 140 to Miller Road. We're not about stopping aggregate mining. It's about doing it right. It's about protecting the environment. We need to do this for the future.
Thank you, Cindy, your time.
Okay.
So I appreciate that. Any questions to the speaker? Seeing none. Thank you again, Cindy.
Okay.
Okay. Further questions? Councilor Bruno?
I did want to state my position before we call the vote. One of the reasons why we did ask for a opinion, was to ensure the risk profile for the city. In listening to all of this, and to Councillor Bodner's point, I mean, you're at the intersection of potentially not listening to your lawyer, and to me, no position, or as many municipalities probably did, receive reports like this, can't ever be determined as being predisposed. And so it seems to me that the potential upside, there's always an environmental risk, but there's also a risk to the corporation. And so I'd have to agree with Councillor Bodner on this. So I will be voting against the amendment and the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Bodner?
This is a tough one, because I've sat in that chair where you sat, Mr. Mayor, and as far as I know, I never put the corporation at risk, ever. And I think that that the small amount of good, as much as I'd like to vote for this motion, is not going to change the impact that us voting for it in the whole province. I think there's enough support for it that way. But I just can't bring myself to putting the corporation at risk for something that is I don't think it'll have a big impact whether we say yes or no on the motion. So I just can't vote for the motion. I just can't do it. Sorry, I'd like to, but I can't. So I'll have to vote against the motion.
Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I totally get what Councillor Bodner is saying. I'm a little bit confused, though. I wonder if, by the mere fact that we are stating our positions, we aren't already being seen as predisposing it. It just, how do I want to put this? We're already making it very clear where we're going with how we think about how this matter should be dealt with. So no matter how we vote on that application when it comes, we've already made a statement here. So we're already at that place. So I don't know. I'm just, as far as I'm concerned, I think I would challenge you on what you're saying, Councillor Bodner, about the number of municipalities that have gone forward with this, because I think municipalities that have a lot of skin in the game, such as Port Colborne, will be weighted. Their input would be weighted heavier than others. I think that's one thing to say for sure. But I also believe that people elected us to come here and do the tough stuff, and I think this is the tough stuff. And I really, truly cannot believe that we're putting the corporation at any risk, considering we've already made our decisions either way. If we vote for the application, the public can certainly challenge us because of some of the statements that have been made here tonight. If we vote against the application, the applicant can come and challenge us. We've already made our positions clear. So as far as I'm concerned, I am still going to look for the future and support the motion. But I really do get the feeling that it's a squeeze either way.
Thank you. Yep.
So, through your worship, just to follow up on Councillor Desmarais' comments, this is very much a political / elected official decision. I typically sit back and let you guys find your own way on those. I have always said I won't let you get the city in trouble. I won't let you get us in trouble with municipal legislation or what have you. And I can't say for sure that Councillor Bodner is correct that we are on a path to trouble. A lot of dominoes have to fall in order for this to actually come back to bite the city. But I think what our lawyer is afraid of, and this is one of those awkward things to talk about an open session, because there's a reason you can go into closed session for legal advice, and it's so that the proponent of some future or past application can't pull the tapes and see what we said. But I would suggest that even though there's been discussion and some people have expressed their opinion and have indicated how they intend to vote, we don't have a corporate position yet. The city hasn't chosen its company line, that we're in favor of the moratorium or that we're opposed to the moratorium. If that happens tonight, presumably, and you're right, if we choose that the moratorium is the company line and that at some future date we approve an application, we lose a little bit of credibility with the public. But if I think the lawyers fear, in my own words, and I'm trying to say this with as much brevity as possible so that I don't, expose it in open session, is that by taking a position today, even effective July 1st, a past or future applicant could make a claim that we had some bias in our decision making, that we didn't treat each application that was before council on a level playing field. It could be the same with cannabis. It could be the same with industrial hog farming. It could be the same with any kind of, potential land use or planning matter or type of severance. If we said we're never going to allow severances on Smith Street, an owner of a house on Smith Street could say you have a bias. So I think that's, and I have experience in my career where I recall the Green Energy Act and some of the opposition that different municipalities in Ontario had to that. And money was spent on legal fees, and money was spent defending claims, and money was spent on fines or losses when municipalities worked above the law or outside of the realm of their authority, I guess. So I'm not sure if that makes it more or less muddy, but I think that that's what council is up against. Like I said, I don't think you've yet established the company line, but I think Councillor Wells is saying that he's sort of proposed what the company line will be moving forward. And you have the comments from our legal representatives, and I think at this point, I'll just sit back and let it be one of the tough political decisions. That's the reason you guys get voted in, to make the tough ones.
Thank you. CAO. Time's it? 10:30. I'm going to pass the gavel to Councillor Bodner to take over the chair at this time because I have a comment to make. Thank you, Councillor. I'm not going to make a decision either way as far as what application will be in front of this council because I haven't seen it. So like any application that comes, I'm not going to predetermine whether I'm in favor or against something. But I do know of a community that's quite close to us that spent over $400,000 of taxpayers' money defending themselves against the recommendation of their lawyer. Their lawyer told them not to do something. They went ahead and did it anyways. It put that corporation in dire financial straits. I am not going to do that. I agree with what Councillor Bodner said earlier. He sat in this chair. I've sat in this chair. I've sat in your chairs. And again, to reiterate what he said, I've never put this corporation in danger of lawsuits when we are just not sure. And when our lawyer tells us there's a path to take, I'm going to listen to the law firm because, again, like you, Councillor Demeray, I'm not a lawyer. We're not lawyers. So we pay good dollars for advice. I'm going to take that advice. That is the reason I can't support this at this time. So, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Can I have the chair back?
I don't know, it's feeling pretty good, Mr. Mayor.
If you want to.
Should we vote on that, Council? Yes, Mr. Mayor, you can have the chair back.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Further questions or comments? Okay, I'm going to call the vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. The motion is defeated. Thank you. Are there any notices of motion this evening? Seeing none. Minutes of boards and committees. The Port Colborne Historical and Marine Museum Board minutes of May 17th, 2022. Councillor Danch and Bruno, if you'll move that. Questions on those minutes? All in favor? That's carried. Bylaws, I'm going to divide the bylaws, Council, because Councillor Wells wants to pull 20.3. So I'm going to move in block 20.1, 20.2, and 20.4. Councilors Bodner and Wells can move that. Any questions on those 3 bylaws? All in favor? That's carried. Item 20.3, if I can have Councilor Danch and Demeray move the bylaw to regulate the maintenance and protection of the boulevards. Questions on that? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Wells. There are no procedural motions or no information motions. So at this time, if I can have Councilors Bruno and Demeray move that council do now proceed into closed session to address the following matters. 21.1, minutes of the closed session portion of the June 13th, 2022 council meeting. 21.2, Corporate Services Department Report 2022-122, Labor Relations or Employee Negotiations. 21.3, Corporate Services Department Report 2022-136, Personal Matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and in labor relations or employee negotiations. Questions on this? All in favor, please raise your hand. That's carried. Ladies and gentlemen, we will not be coming back into the through WeeStream on your YouTube. So we thank you for watching this evening, and we will be coming back into public after our closed session, and then we'll be adjourning the meeting at that time. Again, thank you for watching, and thank those that attended this evening.